Okay. Thank you, man. I hope you have a good day. Thanks, big dog.
man? It's been a week since we've seen you last. I know, it's been a good week. We're getting even closer to Christmas, and I'm just reminded every single day as we get closer to Christmas of my buddy Dillard Butler back at Presbyterian Day School telling me Santa wasn't real.
Fucking Dillard.
How long did he tell you that for? Well, he told us that he was probably college. It was. I was still at Larry and Francis' house, getting gifts under the tree. One day, coffee shop. Hey, William. I don't get it. Do you believe in Santa? And I said, what are you talking about? He said he's not real. Who told you Santa Claus was real?
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl? I'm doing well, thankfully. How are things in your neck of the woods? How are things in your neck of the woods?
Up too late. Woke up at 2 o'clock and midnight eventually. So yeah, we watched together and then just chill out. And we ate good and relaxed and get our head in the morning.
That's exciting.
Yeah. What about you? How was your podcast?
No podcast today. I've got one tomorrow. I've got one Tuesday, and I've got one Friday, and then I had two more people who scheduled them for me, but they're like the week after, so I don't want to complicate it, but like basically my goal is every single day at least to schedule one. Whether they cancel on me, hey, there's nothing I can do about that, but at least get them on the board. And it's not like they cancel forever. They usually have just something that arises, and I understand these are working people, they're family people, and they don't always have schedules that can accommodate.
Mm.
With that being said, are you ready?
Yeah, already.
All right.
I gotta get lay down now. I go to bed. I got to lay down. Somebody, I don't know what they're doing out there. They're doing their business. Going to the like, everybody out there doing a pow pow out there. I don't know. It's not Memorial Day. Memorial Day is gone. I know they're thanking you today, you know, so guess that's why they're doing it, Rabbi.
And
I don't know.
what did you say they're doing?
They were shooting the guns out there.
Oh, they shot guns. That's not good.
Gunshot. But they did after this morning, but you know, Memorial Day is supposed to be today. Remember, supposed to be the 31st, supposed to be following Monday. Remember, the 30th today. And then, you know, we have Memorial Day on the 25th because the 31st fell on today. So I believe they're doing that because it's supposed to, you know, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
And you're
They
sure?
better calm down.
You're sure it was gunfire, not like a car backfire or
I don't know what it was.
firework?
Pow, pow. I don't know what it was. But if you would go out there and check
No.
for us.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I can't believe you didn't get that. That was close. Mr. Aquarius, I hate this setup. Yes, ma'am.
We gotta get up tomorrow. Okay, you got it. Come on, Rabbi. Laying down like you, Rabbi.
Well,
Rabbi. Rabbi. Oh, good job.
thank you,
And let's text you a message on her other account, Canadian Bacon. But what I don't like about it is just, like I said, we're gonna pray about it. He keeps, like, something, and then when he goes and leaves, he disabled that account, so now I can't even message on that. So I'm not have to talk with him. Like, can't just like leave and he's coming to rabbi. Like, I tell him, you got one of them, you're gonna have to answer. I say, hey, you go your other account. You're not gonna keep adding me on this one. You're not gonna. Good job. You're not gonna be on here. Like, just let me be on your other account. Cause you keep saying, okay, we can be friends again. When the time you leave it, and then I can't even message you on this one. We're not doing that. Like, this don't make sense to me.
that doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
Something's
So
going on
I'm not
there.
doing it.
I'm not sure what, but that's strange.
Maybe last night. So I went some way. Why is it that message can't, you know what I'm saying? And you disable it, but then I can't message it because you ain't got it no more. That don't make sense to me. Like, you can't do that. Like, just log out of it.
Right. Did you message him anything, or did he message you anything that was like um strange or weird or offensive, anything like that?
No, all I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. When I message, it's like he said he's going to disable it. So on the 23rd, I get the 23rd of May, he was like, I keep you ad on my other account because I will be taking another break from Discord due to working second job. I message you on the other account. Sorry, gotta go and disable this account again. When he disabled this, I can't accept his friend request. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't, we're friends and we are friends. Accepting my friend request. But then when you disable it, we're not friends. So then, before he accepted my friend request again. And I'm like, okay, this says fail to send message, call for option. Today I said, hey, this says fail to send message because he disabled it. How do you disable a dang account when you just in here?
That's
You
a
can't keep doing it. There's something going on. Stop disabling it. You come in here if you want to. You know what I'm saying? It just don't make no sense.
Miss Aquarius. You're, as they say, preaching to the choir. I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's why I've said, oh, I recognize that, and it's
Yesterday, I was that's why I asked before you were and you were to do. That's why I said, when that's you know, you said, yeah. So my thing is he went to the enable account with comes here, and then when he gets out, he disable it. That don't make a bit of sense. But the other one I can message. He didn't block me that, but when he disabled it, I can't you can't message him. You can't message him. When he disabled that account, that's it. So my thing is you come in here and you disable it. But then when you're out, you want to disable it. That ain't right. That don't make a bit of sense. Why come in here if you know and disable that account? That don't make a bit of sense to me, right? Something don't seem right. But hey, and do not believe the God. Why would you do? Because don't you have a what? See if you can message him. Rabbi and see what it says. It's the same thing for you, I bet. On day one, what does it say with you? On yours, if you have
oh, Mr. Aquarius. For anybody else, I would say I'm not going to go look this up. For you, I will.
If you didn't for you, then that's crazy. Or just that's the third person, take my third person, then you got a friend. Then I'm gonna have a problem with that because that's not what we do. That's not cool. Cold. I think it's day. Day one.
Yeah. Does he show up if he disactivate disable the account?
It shows up and just don't have to write. It'll say fail to send message. Hold for option. Does it say that for you?
I don't even.
You don't see him, huh? Y'all not gonna message like that. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not online. He's invisible. He's not online. So that's probably y'all don't message each other. I have him in my messaging thing. That's why. Are y'all not friends on here?
No, I don't.
Right?
It doesn't make any sense to me, Mr. Aquarius.
It doesn't make no sense at all.
In fact, I've been on the internet for 30 years, and he's the one person I've ever met who uh, does that. Like, I've never known anybody to ever deactivate their account. Frankly, I was always like, why do you need this? I mean, I could see, like, I don't know, you're going on vacation for 6 months or something. Like, okay, but even still, just leave it. It'll be fine.
Right. Oh, you don't? That's how you think. Something's not right, but it's okay. I think I will get to God. All we gonna do. Yeah, I never seen it. I just logged out.
Exactly,
Logged
Mr.
out. I
Cruz.
never seen nobody disable it and disable it again. That just don't make sense. Because he did yesterday. I know he was. And I got the back, so I saw him, and like a second later, he left. That's why I asked him, hey, what's in there? Came in, not even a second. He left again. They Rabbi. Right? Hello?
At least twice. I mean, I don't always pay attention, frankly.
Yeah, yesterday when I was in the going getting out the bathtub, I told everybody get in. I seen him. Not even a second he left. I thought that was okay. I dreaming. He must have stayed in here for a minute. He must have left. That's why I asked you. When that shit was in, he told me no. He left. He came in. Not even a second he left. Something on it. It's saying right. But I hope he's all well. I just pray to God that everything's okay with him. He's in a relationship and the girl don't want him to own these things. I don't know. There are women that control him like that. But it's just turning life you don't want to stay. That's good. That's good. That's good. You're not supposed to tell them. As friends, we're worried about you. Look at that. I didn't do it. Yeah. I'll be okay. He comes in before none of you have just tell us to have on some of the second messages. I didn't say hey to on his other account, okay?
Yeah, and I'll message you. I'll message you. I always do my. I mean, look, I'm not here to babysit the man either.
Is this something I was maybe I can't get all of him. He can say with it. When nope, didn't do it. So it's okay. Come on, everybody got it. Because I never know somebody for their old job. Good job. Their old job. They want to disable their Discord. I don't understand it.
I've never known anybody to do that.
Right. This will come in a week.
All right, Miss Aquarius, you win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. That's right.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pray when I go to bed. I say good night when I go to bed. Okay?
Okie dokie, madam.
We had an old lady that next door to us, Saint Nick. I'd walk out the door and she'd be like, "Oh, there's the flower boy." You know, like there's 6 years dropping the flowers on the middle hallway thing with the beard.
At 6 with the beard.
Yeah.
Still a ginger beard.
I'm going back to Memphis the 23rd and I'm gonna have to yes, for Christmas. I have to freshen up. If my mother Frances right now could see me with this gut, this beard and this hair, it'd be a nightmare.
Tell her you're just being festive.
But just
tell her you want to for Santa Claus role. You didn't get it.
How are you gonna change the gut so fat? Like a girdle?
He's already grew it in this fucking movie.
Really?
Tell him with a good Hollywood story.
William, are you going to trim the beard before going back home to Memphis? I think so. Yeah, how are you going to do that yourself? I am going to be close to fantastic sounds.
They are fantastic.
Man, interesting. It's fucking great. Huh. Well, William, it looks like you're already ready for the holiday. You seem dressed nice. You know, William has been on the show. How many times has he been now? 4 or 5? I would guess 5. And and we've always loved you. Everybody's sort of raving about you. I think there's a lot of mumbles in the system and everything like that about, murmurs of how much people love you. And I know the entire cast of this show loves you. And we've never had anything quite like it on the show before. And I guess what I'm sort of asking, would you be interested in being the new regular here on Show Tonight? I would love to. Yeah? Well then, ladies and gentlemen, that makes it official. Your new regular is William Montgomery, everybody. Hell yeah. Where you go? What? Confetti for this occasion.
Oh, Billy Montgomery.
I just want to give a shout out to my hater cracker barrel kid, 55. He talks so much shit about me on YouTube. If you're watching this, you mindless piece of shit. I hope you fucking like your city. You're not sick of it. It's almost Christmas. I'm about to see Diller Butler. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's the case of what, thank you. Perhaps having that much fun. Oh, so fun. William is one of the purest fucking men that we've had on this show. So pure, healthy, clean. Reminds me of Infinite CBD. It offers the cleanest, healthiest CBD available. It's become even more popular. You're seeing it everywhere. Stuff works. It gives you the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And I personally use the PM pills, the melatonin CBD to sleep at night. It's actually really helping a lot. I used a lot of it last night. I cleaned out of all of Death Squad studios and like 5 hours been into this thing while we fixed the roof. And I was sore, came home, put a bunch of CBD all over my body. Felt good. I'm telling you, this stuff works and it's legal absolutely everywhere. Did you know, Russell, 42% of CBD users have stopped using traditional medicine?
Why, I did not know that, Tony.
And a full range of products, gummies, capsules, topical creams. So, and our favorite, they locked us down quick because we actually believe in their product.
Where can I get this?
Yeah, InfiniteCBD.com. They've got a lot of products that will improve your life, and for December only, if you use the promo code Tony15, you get 30% off. Normally it's 50%.
30%?
But, so stock up for next year, buy some gifts for people that you love and care about. Once again, that's InfiniteCBD.com, promo code Tony15 for 30% off in the month of December.
Russell, have you used CBD before? I could use some. Can I get it in here?
Yeah, we got some in the back. We also have a vendor sponsored brand, our friends over at Seedweed, that carry products like that.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Shout out to
Gino.
Yeah, maybe Jeremiah has something he wants to talk about.
I think we need to talk to the person who knows the placement of that this episode.
It seemed to work absolutely perfectly to me, but
it's our new regular plug.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Maybe I'll do it like your podcast and not put the ads where the most people are listening and watching.
All right. Well, Jeremiah wonders if you guys want to cross over.
They do. They do want to cross.
I'm a little concerned I've never done your podcast.
I'd love to.
You never asked. Maybe.
Wow, what a great time to ask that question. Could have asked that after the show, but all right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Actually, this is crazy. It's very, very special. This young man has helped us with every single episode of this show. Very rarely does he sign up. Normally when only we have guests on that he thinks can help his career. But no, he's actually literally one of my favorite comedians in the world. Truly a monster comedian, one of the best features. He goes on the road with me a lot. He's a fucking beast. Paid regular here at the store. Helps produce Kill Tony. Make some noise for one of my best friends. It's Josh Martin. He's signed up. Pulled out of the bucket.
Yeah. Guys, this is not my natural voice. My voice is much better now. I've been going to therapy and see a speech therapist fix my shit. And it's been a double-edged sword. Now I can speak correctly. There was words I could never say. Now I can say, and I fucking love it. For the first time in my life, I'm able to say retarded correctly. And a lot of people say, Josh, you can't say that word. It's offensive to mentally ill people. And I don't give a fuck. I fucking love that word. Like, for the first time in my life, I understand people who love their guns. They're like, don't let you take this gun from me over my cold dead body. I feel the same way about retarded. Like, I'll be in my dad's bed, my family will be all around me, and I'm like, come closer. And they'll be right here at my face, and then I'll just point to my youngest son and be like, retard. And then just die. We all have dreams.
There you go. Joshua Martin. The monster.
Great. I still couldn't understand it.
Yeah. You know, it's only the special people can.
That
Do you mean retarded?
No, I'm talking about the Jews.
Whoa.
Not for that.
So Josh, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy now?
What, 7.5 years?
It's got to be more than that. More than that.
No, I think it's
How long have you been doing it when I met you here?
6 months, maybe?
6 months.
That was early on.
And a fun fact, that was before Tony started hosting the original room one night, and I saw him go up there. He looked exactly like he does now. Yeah, I think he had a backpack and a notebook with him, something like that, right?
Yeah, backpack, notebook.
Much worse speech impediment.
Wait.
He couldn't even say the word. He was calling it retarded when I first met him.
I wrote so many jokes when I first started, word retarded in it.
Yeah.
And then after finally forcing myself to listen to it, I realized I couldn't say it correctly. So I lost my entire act within like 9 months. Yeah.
It's incredible.
Aren't you grateful?
It's,
I feel like if I could have started 7.5 years ago, I would have the best retarded joke ever.
there's something to that.
You should revisit it.
I think you might have one of the best retarded jokes out there right now.
But this is the issue: is that now that I can say correctly, I'm only writing retarded jokes. It's all I'm writing about.
Have you read retarded dick sucking joke?
No, I did write a joke about I don't understand why all retarded women have giant ass titties.
Wow, is that true? It's
Yeah.
true. They do.
There's a KFC next to where I live, and I eat there like once a week. And
First of all, stop bragging. But go on.
don't want to brag, but high quality KFC. And there's a group of mentally ill adults, retarded adults,
Wow.
who hang out with their caretaker at this KFC.
And you go at the same time as people go every day? Are you one of the retarded people?
Is that the $2 chicken plan?
No.
You just go to this KFC and stare at these retards chicken buckets the whole time?
No, I look at my chicken buckets being their tits.
Yeah, but exactly. That actually is the joke that I made. Is what I'm talking.
And they drink their
Ruined it, but
Bumping my
bucket. What I love about it is that they drink Capri Sun, but they're all adults. They're all like in their like late 20s, early 30s.
Wow.
what is the general weekly retarded order? What is their...
No, they don't. They bring out. They have their own lunch.
They pack a lunch.
They bring a lunch, but their caretaker eats KFC.
Oh.
She's a large black woman with big tits. Not retarded. Just not retarded. And I stare at her too.
See, you go get KFC
I eat a
once a
two
week.
piece and then I just stare at tits. And I'm like, this is way better than corn.
Do you order breasts?
No, I get a thigh. I'm more of an ass guy.
Wow.
Yet you still stare at the tits.
You know, if it's available. But last time this was like a month ago. They were there, and there was one dude, one woman, and they were all horned up the entire time.
Are these, just to clarify, are these retards or regular people?
Retard.
Okay.
Retarded, all horny as fuck. You can be retarded and horny. I did not know. So they
I'll read horny at KFC.
It's actually a book by Judy Blume.
Yeah.
So
Dear God, are you... What?
You know what can cure a retard from being really horny? Infinite CBD. Rub it on your body at any moment, and it'll calm down the area.
Oh, my God.
You know, CBD gives you the benefits of marijuana without getting high.
You ever jerk off at the KFC?
no, I
Your hands are greasy just a little bit, so it's perfect.
Oh, this finger looking
It
good.
doesn't turn me on at all, but so like there's this couple. They're all horned up, touching each other.
Yeah.
He like was straight up going after them.
Yeah. And then what happened?
Wait, can you show us? Because I picture it like normal, like...
I don't see any hits.
But like what's...
Did they go
What's the retard growth is what I want to know.
It's very aggressive.
A lot stronger, yeah.
Also, it's like that, and she was like, she just grabbed his dick,
Oh, my God.
and then I'm like, I've got to go.
jerk off.
You didn't
right
watch
now.
it?
I jerked. I had to.
You did. You went and jerked off.
Yeah, but
I don't want to see your U-porn history.
I'm not a U-porn guy. I'm an ex-hamster guy.
I do like X-Hamster.
Ex-hamster's good. I watched some amazing porn on the planet.
Yeah. What was
It was not what I was expecting. It was a white guy.
You were expecting a white guy.
No, I only saw the picture, so this is why I clicked on it. I didn't even read.
But if you put your icon over it,
I know. I just the picture. I'm like, I have to watch this. But it was ended up being just a white guy laying a Confederate flag towel on the bed. So I thought it was gonna be like a white power porn, like all black people gonna fuck out. But it ended up being him just laying the towel. It just ended up being him laying the towel that he jerked off while watching a black guy fuck his wife on that towel. It ended up being cuckold porn.
I guess at that point you can lay down the Confederate flag.
I was like, you know what? This is making America great again. Let's do this shit.
Wow, I don't get that part at all. But
They would definitely wear William Montgomery.
I would have had the black guy put it on his flight at half mast.
Would still be bigger.
Too soon for Confederate flag jokes.
Interesting.
Josh, that was a very, very fun performance. Way to go for it. There he is, Josh Martin. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin.
Joshy,
Tony.
What do you think? You think we can do one more up here?
do a quick
You
one.
guys want to do one more?
Tony. It's the holiday season. I just want to publicly thank Josh for all his help every week. He helps spend out so much. He doesn't, get the
One more hand for Josh Martin. You love it. You love it. I went deep in the. Oh my God. The last time I was on, we actually. This is probably going to be a rough one. The last time this guy was on, he was very negative, very mean to me. It seems like he really doesn't like me at all. He accused me of being a Sprite salesman.
It's your father?
He has only been on the show one time. We've been somehow been avoiding this for a while. Make some noise for go. Here he is.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, last comedian of the night, people. Make some noise for go. Let's give him a chance.
Got some funk in here tonight. We got a little funk. Crackers in the house. I'm Irish and I'm from Iowa. I'm a cracker with a hard R. I like cracker. Cracker gives you a spectrum. You can be a saltine cracker. You can be a rich cracker. Fuck, you can throw some Nutella on that cracker. It all works for me. Cracker, I don't like white. White just makes it a binary choice. Get a little wild. Get a little funky. Kale works. Even Kanye can wake up feeling a little kale. I'm the palest motherfucker you ever did see. Well, I'm so pale you can see through me. Just why I'm funky ain't no ass hillbilly. I might be the palest cracker, peckerwood, white trap, hanging around the bowling alley too late at night, pitching bingo that you ever did see. Thank you.
Wow. There you go. Go, ladies. Is it that you eat Kentucky Fried Chicken every week?
Oh, that's low. That's low, Tony. Crack.
Hey, an aggressive tit grabber.
No, I take a chance. The only thing I don't get, though, is you're really not that pale. I'm not talking about being pale. You seems like you have a sun to you. You're just talking about being white overall.
Well, I think the Irish white kind of weird. Me growing up, the white guys were tight asses, money grubbers, pushy people.
Yeah. What were the black people? To remind us.
The people that I got along with usually.
All right.
Yeah.
You all can exhale there.
I like that you said Irish and white, like Irish is not white.
Yeah, how that came about was fucking kind of a couple motherfuckers getting sold out to Fox News with Riley and Hannity and stuff.
Wow.
That's part of the
You look like you listen to every episode about.
helicopters.
You know who Roger Ailes is, Tony?
Yes, of course.
He's not a figment of anybody's imagination. That's some sort of weird, not a game. Okay, I'll go with it.
No, it's all good. You trying to start shit again, Gal?
I'll go there. I'll go there. Go there.
I wish a motherfucker would.
Baby
It's all love,
Jeremiah.
Tony. All love. Anyway, no.
It's like all my bright stuff.
You almost did it again, you son of a bitch. Go. Why do you like to take shots all the time?
It was kind of funny.
Somebody's got to do it. I mean, everybody comes up and kisses your ass, and you're not Carlin yet. You know, I'm just trying to push you to hear about herself. No? Jesus.
I mean, I would agree that I'm not calling you. Well, that's not really that big of a diss.
I like yet is it's a prospect.
So,
Sure.
baby Jeremiah.
Pretty cool. You helped out some good people. I mean, the William thing is like, that's really next level thinking. William's doing something that is serious. William's doing something that's like, what the fuck
I'll
is that?
kiss my ass more.
Well, I just, yeah.
Well, baby Jeremiah.
I think OK's name is short. Okay, we're done.
His name's Go.
Brought to you by DVD. Wow. So, how long you been doing stand-up comedy for?
I started comedy in '87.
Wow. You've been doing it the whole time?
Well, I did 5 years crack. And,
What do you mean? When you cracked, what does that mean? What happened?
just I got some shit going on, and a lot of things fell through. And
Anything you're willing to talk about? Seems like that's
well, I got pretty depressed and gone, and I was like pretty well known in the Twin Cities. And it kind of stops getting good notoriety, and then you go out, you just don't have your life, and people recognize you. Gonzalez, used to be going right.
stage name. What did he tend to talk about her?
It was kind of hooky, what you would expect from those brave Andy's in tequila, drinking a Corona with what you hate at
Wait,
the
so
time.
you pretended to be a Mexican?
Well, I was actually, my dad died when I was young, and I was raised by Mexican, but Spanish before.
We know how Mexicans are made.
You ever played the drums before?
Do not play.
Wow. Greatest Mexican drum off ever.
How about a guitar with him?
That's Chroma Chris.
Oh, sorry, my fault. I can't tell you people.
Okay.
Yeah, Chroma already, already.
But he's sure he's missing one fucking thing.
What?
He's got a broken. Oh, can you tell us anything else interesting about your past lives? Spelling?
I had to abscond once.
Which one?
Not to Ireland. From this country to Ireland.
Why'd you leave?
Because somebody I was doing business with, and people were asking questions, and then
Like asking questions like, well, where's my money?
I mean, we're asking questions.
You gonna go to Ireland? We're gonna be February 2019 in Dublin.
I was more the chain of distribution, distributing a certain product in the Midwest, and some people went down, and then they were.
Wow, this reminds me of the movie Desperado if he was homeless.
Yeah. More desperate.
And then what happened?
I just lived in New York for 6 months. Back in the hall was crap. If shit ever goes down, grab your passport, get on a plane, and go to the fucking country, hang out for 6 months.
Let me ask you a question. You seem a little paranoid about something. What do you think is going to happen? What do you guess?
Oh, this is a long time.
But I noticed you mentioned if you have to go, grab your passport and go, and you said something about Roger Ailes.
That sounds like a great out in the 80s.
If you're,
I don't think
yeah, if you're
this
ever,
day
yeah,
and age
that'd
you
be
can
harder than.
Yeah, a little bit.
I guess what I'm asking, though, if there is sort of a crazy conspiracy theory that, or something like that, that you think might happen or could possibly happen that you think mainstream people don't think could happen or anything like that, what would that be?
Well, I'd say that this creation construct of white, that people kind of gave up their past or whatever to become white mesh of people that really don't have a past, but it's easy to manipulate people with their past.
It is true.
And I'm not giving up my fucking Irish. I'm sorry, and that would be DMB for going for the Dave Matthews Band. I mean, I've got 5,000 years of Celtic history. And
Me too.
Hashtag me too. I agree. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm extremely Italian, and the Italian people were treated very horribly when they came over.
Hinchcliffe.
Well, because I had older brothers and sisters that my mom had from a different dad. My mom was flying around basically is what happened. She was just flying.
So you're only half.
My mom's Italian too. She's just not like 110% like my dad is. My dad.
Olive Garden.
Yeah. Well, Joe, thank you so much for coming on the show again. Last time you were on, I and glad that you, like many of my favorite people, sign up and come back again and don't let one rep set hold you down for real comic. There he goes. Go, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter and you got Josh Martin. Daniel Woods. He's a little cute Miss Brown. I'm Daniel Valdez, all one word. Sean Mayer, Mayer, Hollywood. Oh my God. Hey, look at that drawing from Ryan J. Evald. All the prints are at RyanJEvald.com. Every single episode he draws. I'm doing live show. You know what? So next week will be for very Tony. No, I tried my hardest. The Amazing Comedy Store staff some well-deserved time off, and very, very exciting. We love the Comedy Store. How about a hand for the Comedy Store? This for over 5.5 years. January 7th. I'm trying to, I don't have anybody official book yet, but I will tell you right now, some of the people on my January dream list, Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan, Sarah Kreischer back in here. We're going to figure out the exact dates. I'm going to book everybody in the next couple weeks.
our new regular William Montgomery.
Montgomery will be here in 2019. Really big deal. Russell Peters is going on a personal tour again. RussellPeters.com. He's on Instagram and social media at Russell Peters. One word, RussellPeters.
Correct.
So, how about we give a hand one more time for the great and powerful Jeremiah Watkins?
Yeah.
Jeremiah. For me, one of my best friends, Paulo, another guy who I fell in love with very early on in my career, and was like, man, he's got a lot of potential capabilities, just like Jeremiah and a few other of my friends. They've blown my mind with what they've done, creating shows and whatnot. What else, Jeremiah?
You can expect Russell Peters guest on the podcast
I'll be doing Jeremiah Wonders. When?
tomorrow.
Tomorrow? No, not tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Hey, look at that. That easy. You know who we didn't hear from all night tonight? Another one of the band's immediate favorites. For this guy right now, so let's check in with him right now. Parkland Chroma Chris. What did you think of tonight's episode?
That was great. There's a lot of great delivery.
Oh, because you're a fucking baby. How about one more time for the great and powerful Joel Jimenez, huh? Joel's on media most of the story. Well, he's coming to Dublin, Manchester, and London with us.
Or it.
Yeah. Can he fit into a check bag? We find out more. 14th live from Dublin.
Or is Mitch Brown.
Fuck yeah. I'm so excited. Thank you to Robin. And make sure you go check out that.
Free Apple stock.
Thank
Do
you.
it.
It's
Apple.
incredible.
You know.
And they help you. And you understand CBD if that gives you too much anxiety, and Genius Pipe if you miss the effect THC with your CBD.
That's right. Also, we're gonna in the next couple of weeks we're gonna watch a music video dropping with a very special guest star in it. So look out for that, and the album drops hopefully in February.
And shout out to @Rockin' B Pins, the letter B there, Rockin' B Pins, no G in Rockin'. Rockin', ROCKINBPINS. They make the most unbelievable, coolest pins and pins.
D-I-N-S.
And D-pins, the greatest neighbors.
And there's Kill Tony shirts out in the lobby, some Death Squad shirts. Check it out.
Hey, how about one more time for Russell Peters? Thank you, live audience, for coming out. We love you. Thank you. Good night.
This is Griffin, be live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get it off on Tony Hinchcliffe.
What the fuck is up? We're back. It's 2019. Welcome. Ryan Redband is here.
What is up?
Great. Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode, and we are back. I'm so excited about this. Hello, hundreds of thousands of YouTube watching live from around the globe right now. I am so excited. We might be coming near you soon. We're going to Raleigh, North Carolina this Thursday, and I'm doing stand-up headlining shows with Jeremiah and Red Band. They're going to be there with me all weekend. So Raleigh, North Carolina, Thursday, Kill Tony. Friday and Saturday stand-up shows, and Phoenix, Arizona, 26th of January, Kill Tony, live, Phoenix, Arizona, stand-up live, we're back there. 14th of February, we're in Dublin, Ireland, Manchester, England, the next day, London, England, the day after that, that's Kill Tony, Dublin, Manchester, and London. Then I stay there to do solo stand-up shows, Soho Theater, January 18th, 23rd, 5 or 6 nights. And then, hey, March 21st, the big one, East Coast, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philly is one of their own for a very long time. That is March 21st. Stand-up shows, 4 of them, 22nd and 23rd. I'm also doing stand-up. Picked up another gig. I can't stop, Brian. Yeah, February 7th, 8th, and 9th, Calgary, Canada. Just me doing stand-up in ice-cold, freezing hotel. We just took a few weeks off, though, so that was fun, right? Spent 3 weeks with the loved ones, you know what I mean? Which reminds me, sexual performance issues are more common than you think. Over 25% of new erectile dysfunction cases are guys under 40. That's like me. ForHims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, sexual wellness for men. Brian, you know a lot about this.
Yeah, I'm 44, so I need all of that, you know, especially when you get older, you know, your sex drive kind of goes down. So I used to go to gas stations. I used to go to gas stations and get those really sketchy pills, you know, that keep it hard for 2 weeks. And, you know, that's dangerous. You don't know what you're having, but you hear this website you can go to and talk to a real doctor online. He just answers the questions. Next thing you know, you have a prescription, a real prescription, a real pill that will help you for ED.
I know it must be worth it. I've seen a lot less of your late night, middle of the night Instagram videos lately. You and your girlfriend, you guys must be doing something else.
That's right. We can use it to stuff for our hair.
That's right. That'll do it. Sure. I don't know why you wear that beautiful ball cap afterwards. Try Hims for a month today for just $5. Started for just $5 while supplies last. See website for full details. Hundreds of people to doctor, pharmacy, for hims.com/kill. FORHIMS.com/kill. Or hims.com/kill. It's important to try new things in 2019, right, Brian? Robin that lets you buy and sell stocks, ETFs, options, and cryptos all commission free. It's a non-intimidating way for stock market newcomers to invest for the first time with true confidence.
And I was a newcomer. I never had ever bought a stock before. I downloaded the app. It was super easy. I got my first app. And there's no commission fees. Other places charge up to like $10 for every trade. Robin don't charge any commission fees. Trade stocks and keep all your money. You could also learn like how to build a portfolio. You know how to do that?
And now I do thanks to Robin.
Discover new stocks and trade, you know, with your favorite companies and personalized news feeds and custom notifications for price movements. You never miss the right moment to
It's amazing. Robin is giving listeners a free stock like Apple, Ford, or Sprint to help build your portfolio. Sign up at ktshow.robinhood.com. That's ktshow.robinhood.com. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? I am so excited. You guys are the #1 live podcast in the world on a motherfucking Monday. Does that excite you at all? Before we start, I'd like to give a special shout out to one of my favorite all-time athletes and heroes from Youngstown, Ohio. I can't believe he's on my show right now. I watch clips of this guy to get my ass out of bed and go jog in the morning when I need to get inspired. He's here. Make some noise for one of my favorite humans ever. Ghost Kelly Pavlik is sitting right there, everybody. Former middleweight champion of the world. Wow. That motherfucker knocked out Jermaine Taylor. Bastards have no idea how badass that is. Youngstown, Ohio. So, let's do this shit. Every single week I have two of the funniest guests in the world on this show. We really shook things up tonight. I'm so excited about this. I just scrambled to try to get great guests. Ari Shafir realized the national championship was today and he wanted to go hang out with Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer because they need more help with their careers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I scrambled to find two replacements. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud of these guys coming through for me. Makes them the funniest comedians in the world. It's Doug Benson and Randy Sklar. Here we go. And wow. Yeah. Starting 2019 with a heck yeah. What? It's one of our favorite guests in the show history. And they're back.
I love trying to follow a high Doug Benson to a place you're not supposed to enter through the curtain. It's like we're trying to enter. Like I think.
I'm sorry that my brother couldn't be here tonight.
I know. You know, really funny.
Entering the main room is like being political on Twitter. You're either on the far left or the far right. Really nobody in the middle. I think things are just okay.
Yeah, why are you doing tweet?
Okie dokie.
I was agreeing with it. Can I? No?
May I? I'm excited to bring up the band already.
Smoke machine.
I am excited about this.
Doug walked by the LA Fires and was like, "Can I get a puff?"
Hey! I'm so excited about this. I'm so excited you guys are here. You two definitely know there's a band that's on every episode.
Yeah.
are one of my favorite things on the planet. They absolutely fucking crack me up. I'm so excited for this fucking smoke machine. Every week they commit to different characters. You never know what they're gonna be or what they're gonna do, but they stay in character throughout the episode. We have a lot of favorites, but they are the best damn band in the land. They're here for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg Joel Jimenez, and Chroma. Right. Here. A lot of lights, a lot of action. Oh my god. I think they're aliens. Wow. Look at this. Clearly, aliens.
Like I've been burning.
Wow. Are they come in peace? Wow. Incredible. Make some noise, people. It's the Kill Tony Band. 2019, and they're starting us off with what I believe is a brand new character. Jeremiah, I'm going to take a guess here and say that you are an alien.
Admiral wanting to do his
Oh, Admiral Narknak. Narknak.
Narknak would be ridiculous.
Oh, what is that? Toothbrush you have there.
Tricorn.
Hey, your teeth fell out.
And planet Qtron, that is normal.
Okay, clearly you're here, alien with Kermit the Frog and what appears to be an illegal alien right behind you. Wow.
I love it when Tony uses all of our jokes right up top.
Well, probably a week to think about it. I had 15 seconds, so figure it out.
His name is Jose.
Wow, I'm so excited about this. What is your name?
Jose.
Oh, that's right. The only thing I knew. I can't believe it. Wow. Okay. Yes. Shoots.
Stay on it.
That a neti pot bidet? Like, what is that? What was that one supposed to be?
Garage George is
Well, I could sit here ripping up with the alien, Randy, and Doug, but we have a whole show to get through. I have a bucket filled with comedians' names. Sometimes it's a comedian, sometimes it's a comedian, sometimes it's me trying it out for the very first time and getting back to comedians. You never know what's pull your name out of the bucket. If you signed up, you have a chance. If I pull it out, you get 60 seconds to do your time. Is the kitty. That girl's sure gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bit. Wow.
on attack.
Kill Tony 2019. How many of you preferred someone bomb? I'd like to see that first. Let's see what Ichabod's Bucket of Destiny brings us first in 2019. And your first comedian goes by the name of Ashton. Here we go. Here we come. One more time for Ashton.
So once I was playing Dance Revolution at the mall, and this girl walked up and she was like, Ashton, they say probably hear him, and I was like, I know, I got his. I like how people say one. And it actually made Valentine's Day more romantic. Easier to surprise me with. It was like, man, she 42-inch television. Got a different technology. I think the worst way to find out that is hopping log into Netflix. Cool.
You in between?
New Year, no
All right. Fun stuff. Like it's fun. Wow. What
You
is
look like if Theo Von filling the Pentagon.
Ashton, that was fun. You've been on this show before, correct?
Yes.
Sort of remember that.
And I invited him to the studio to squad. Show over there.
Oh yeah. Fuck it. Look at
Here when you. No. Okay. Because I don't. Yeah. That's. And it was great. The opener didn't work for some reason. I lost track of what you were talking about. Quick, professional. I got into it. Like it seems like you're a real comic.
But like it's the whole left turn. It's great.
Okay.
what are your thoughts about who's behind 9/11?
I have some ideas about who was in front. Well, I have to be wary of who owns copies.
Oh.
No, I don't know. I think it was everyone had a good time and whatever happened. Everyone had a. Wait, what? This wasn't Burning Man. What the fuck? People were actually burning. Yeah.
Everyone had a good time.
I mean, everyone got something out of it. Oh.
What?
I mean, just
Like what? Death?
I mean, yeah, but some people found I don't know love or something.
Do you know this?
I'll just read certain blogs online.
Wow. What
helicopters?
What blogs do you read online that talk about how people fell in love? It's the weirdest dating app.
You just shit comes up. It's not 9/11 truth or 9/11 love.
Is that true? Is there like a dating app for that? Is there like a rumbleoffish.com or something? Come on, fucking 17 years. We don't make Rumble of Fish now. Terrorists win.
I'll let them take that. I also like that he just accessed 17 years. Like I'm like, okay, all right, sounds ballpark.
Doug doesn't know how that works.
2008. I know how it works, but why are you're so much? What's happened that year? Oh, never forget.
So Ashton, is that really sort of compelled now? I feel like the most interesting thing in the past people like behind 9/11 is Jewish people. Is that why you're asking who owns the club?
No, I was. Who do you think is behind your? Italian game.
Is that true? Do you get your haircut by a gay man?
I did like a year ago. He seduced his teacher when he was. Just a little fun fact about him that he told me. Well,
He seduced his teacher when he was a boy? That's like
No.
present and past. So confused.
He's a time jumping hair cutter. What don't you get about?
Time jumping. Hey man, now I realize when Jeremiah is going
I'm jumping through, man.
now that I know. Alright. You look like you live in a really fancy box. You situation.
Living's good, not in a box. Apartment. I don't know. I
love that you like think like you got me on that one.
no. I didn't.
Actually, it's not a box.
No,
It's
it
an
is not a
apartment.
box.
6 roommates.
Yeah.
My bedroom's a box, but
Box in a living room.
how many roommates you got?
Just one. Yeah. So I'm not doing anything crazy. I was crazy how you just stopped and combed your hair in the middle of the show. What's viewers? That's how you do it, right? You just comb your hair. Works. That's work. You know? Yeah. I mean, is that your preference? No, not at all. Okay, so not at all. Not at all.
You're the one that brought it up. It's your dream girl.
Why are you living a lie? I don't know. My dream girl's just Al.
9/11 survivor.
Wants to get out. That's
Wow.
actually feel like be her.
Your dream girl, describe her. What does she look like? You said you're not into girls at all. I can hear Aphrodite defensive over here. Wearing blinking glasses. Red Band's trying to get this guy to kiss Aphrodite.
Oh, that's not. The inch busy. Oh, she wants her ass.
Dream talking about.
Just I don't know, normal gal. Crazy.
Alright.
Nothing crazy like you.
We'll have to find out if there's a girl out there interested on the fourth from the left on the dictionary chart. And
I bet it's one of me saying,
well, fun stats, fun talking with you. You just got the year started for us, buddy. We're off and running. Anything can happen.
that's
Yeah.
and Sean asked
He's on.
makes a line Austin. Sean asked Frank.
He's on Twitter by Michael Morph. MICHAELMOREFOOD. Okay. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Looks like we're gonna have our first lady of the year up here. Make some noise for Jessica Lee, everyone. Jessica Lee.
Hey, I'm a big girl. I really love black men. People tend to assume that I hate my father, but I like black men. I don't. I finally met him. I really like him. I hate my mom. She voted for Trump. I'm a mom too. I have a 16-year-old kid. She's kind of an asshole. We're riding in the car. He says, "Mom, you gay." Out of nowhere. I'm like, "I'm gay? What?" Like, I want to know why this guy thinks I'm gay. I'm like, little motherfuckers, my Pornhub. My Pornhub search bitch, you gay. Now, I like lesbian porn. The kinder, nice, gentler. And everybody gets off. My kid told me, he's 16, he smokes weed now. Fucker. He doesn't have a job. Like, where are you getting the weed from? He's stealing my fucking weed. So, in an effort to make that not happen, I've decided to hide it with my dildo.
Hey, I like that. Jessica, that was a fun set. I love you as the aunt in Netflix's Sabrina the Teenage Witch. My
Thank
wife
you.
loves that. You're also the second child in the movie Bird Box. I wrote that one down. But mother.
Finish watching Bird.
Danny, playing it. You know you're doing. You got Bird Box on
In case you ran out of stuff for me.
I had it in my hand and I was so shocked.
You just ran up with it. You're writing down other people's. Yes.
Right, exactly.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to Admiral Nerdword.
She looks like she had seen the movie Bird Box and also got hungry and ate the birds in the box.
Love the birds.
Wow, is that true?
Those aren't her notes. Those glass.
Oh, sober.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Fried chicken, smoked pork,
No, those are
potato salad with raisins.
Ingredients to have an average set.
Thank you.
Schulberg, stand up for a second for me. Why are you dressed like the inside of a Hot Pockets?
My name is Day.
Malfunction there.
So he press the corner. So he has not earned his uniform from Planet Kiltron yet.
Wow. Right, so Jessica, you're on the show right now.
Yes.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I think I'm in my 9th month. Not of pregnancy.
Oh, I
comedy.
see what you did there. You thought I was going to make a you look pregnant joke. But no, I don't think you look pregnant.
She lost the baby in the toilet months ago.
Jessica, you're wearing a dress over a sweater.
It's very thin, though, and it's see-through.
That is the only thing I see.
Why?
Damn it.
It's the only see-through.
My apologies. I guess time isn't up on their planet.
Right?
Apologize, clap, but it's all good. It's all good. That's how
I
they
think
do
this
it.
is the
Here.
year of the big bitches. I think big bitches are coming back in style.
I
Thank you.
I think that was when like it got famous. I don't know if it still happens. I don't know how often the moon comes around. Is it true that you have a 16-year-old boy?
It is.
And you said that you love black men. Is your little boy half black?
Yes.
Ah.
I'm a single mom.
Oh.
So he does not like
Chat. I don't know. I haven't seen his penis in a long time.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
I have a question. June said the word in bed.
No, but I had a boyfriend that wanted me to do that. That's fucked up. I'm not
This
good with
opportunity.
temptation.
He was funny, wasn't it?
No, he wasn't.
I can't believe you did Michael Richards.
Man, if you were gonna say the, what would that sound like?
It wouldn't.
Code word.
Mouth would
In
be
my
full.
own mouth. It just wouldn't happen.
What was your pet name for each other?
Which pet name? For who? For
What'd you
the
call
baby
each other?
daddy? Satan?
What's he up to nowadays? Baby daddy.
Restraining order? I have no idea.
Wow. A restraining order against you?
No. Yes.
Dude, what is your son think of comedy?
He likes it. He thinks I'm funny.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's
it's the only
smoking
one.
your weed when you
Right.
hear it. Smelling your dildos. I'm gonna say, I think
And I mean, it takes a long time, but like, I think you do have to start. I mean, just like, how did you gravitate towards like black men is my type, or just want to know, like,
What happens? What happens first? Do you get into black men and then gain weight? Or do you gain weight and then get into black men? I've always wanted to ask someone that.
I mean, certainly my
I don't know. Well, we know everyone in that analogy loves chicken, for sure. What was it? When did you meet this guy?
the father of my child?
Yeah.
A long time ago. I'm like 16.
Right. So was it 16 years ago? Like have a baby immediately, or?
It takes 9 months.
Like I moved to New York, I met him, and then a year later. He's awful fucking.
So let's talk about him.
Yeah. What's the worst thing that he ever did? What makes him so awful?
I can't really talk about.
Oh, it's like law shit? Oh, okay. Very good. All right. We've confirmed indeed that the father was black. Hey, wait a second. How are you here and serving food right there at the same time? This is incredible. Lynn House joke. Actually, it seems like they didn't even like it that much. So he knew prison?
He went to prison for a while, but then we moved to LA.
Oh, okay.
Escaped him.
Okay, well, that sounds a lot more friendly than I would.
You say for you to make fun of that.
No, it's great. We can make fun of it now. It's been 5 years.
Well, yeah, it is a hilarious topic. So we should soldier on.
We should be on.
True, the lesbian.
It is. It is.
Because you love watching people eat.
Exactly. You ever watch that ASMR lady? I should capitalize.
Oh, you're
I know it's horrible.
By the way, you are not as, despite what the alien is, we're not yourself as a person.
I would.
He's looking young.
Take comfort in the statement despite what the aliens say. Oh, shut up. She's beautiful.
On our planet, we call you a snack.
Oh, come on.
I love it. I'm a whole meal.
Guys, eat that. She only had one of the Willy Wonka's chocolate.
Hold on.
I eat all the chocolate.
Forget it.
Alright.
It was too mean. It was too mean. I loved it in my head.
Ooh, too mean. Now I want to hear it.
I'll write it down and let's move on.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Oh, I thought you meant snail mail. I was like,
We're not really good at fat joke, but I'm a.
Do you really keep your weed next to your dildo?
I do, actually.
Is it a dildo or is it a vibrator? The stinkiest weed ever.
I mean, I have a vibrator.
Hell
I
yeah.
have the magic wand.
Put that cushion next to your tooth.
I'm gonna say it, but imagine somebody a lot fatter. I'm gonna look up.
Yeah. Hey,
It's hard to do your act when you keep. Even aliens got it. What's wrong with you people? It's only funny if it's mean to somebody's face. Hi, great job.
it really was. It was fun. Jessica P, ladies and gentlemen. She's on Twitter at Jessica P. _comedy. That's JESIKALEE _comedy.
Much.
Yeah.
By the way, Hinch, not that if you say she's fat, it's like that Taco Bell commercial where Evander Holyfield shows up and the person behind the counter like looks up like, whoa, Evander Holyfield, he's 5'11". No, he's 5'11". He's not the tallest heavyweight ever, but it's like, whoa. God.
If you guys have ever wondered, by the way, what it would be like if a Mythbuster took acid and never came back again, this guy's sitting right here in the tie-dye shirt. Very impressive. I love your look. Let's keep this fun train moving along with your next comedian. He goes by the name of Aaron Patrick. Here we go. Aaron, gentlemen.
What up, y'all, from Georgia? My name's Aaron Patrick, real redneck name. I sound real racist, which is not good. We're not here sounding like this, but I know I sound racist, like Uber driver, like I'll be like, oh hey, what's up, man? How you doing? You know, and all of a sudden, like, build the wall. It's like, whoa, dude, I'm woke. I'm getting ready to post and shit. Like I ain't. It's fucked up, dude. I can't take any W. Like people call me racist out here, but back home they call me a faggot. So, you know. And I ain't gay. I really ain't. Although I read on Facebook, I hear that Facebook can know you're gay before you do, which is what? That's weird. Like how? What are you doing? Creeping on your bro's Facebook or something? Like that's weird. Like how does it know? I downloaded Grindr once. Maybe that's why. But I was new to LA. Whatever. That's it.
Hell yeah. There he is. Aaron Pat.
What up?
First time on the show. First, I remember seeing a guy like you. Sounds like you.
Yeah.
That is not what I thought you were going to sound like.
No. Oh yeah.
You look like a New York pussy. You sound like a Texas hard ass. Weird.
Yeah. Yeah. No. You sound like you brag kind of cross. Yeah. Back into it. I love that you're hanging out a race. So white about candy bars on Halloween. Whoa! These fucking Air Force, the hood shoe and the whatever. Fucking, I love them. Look what I'm fucking with those are like money.
How'd you do it? I got a question though.
Yeah.
What everything you just said true?
No, I didn't download Grind. I'm woke.
But you are what?
I'm woke. No, I used to do it like my buddy downloaded it. It just comes funnier if I downloaded Grindr.
He downloaded it on your phone?
Yeah. No, my buddy downloaded it. I didn't get to finish the joke, but I like.
Earlier you fact about something.
Oh, that one called racist out here? No, that
It's not a fact. Where
Facebook. Oh, Facebook. And tell you're gay. I don't know. My buddy's. Oh, but that is actually
that a real thing?
Premise for a joke. Yeah, I don't know.
I just don't know if it's real.
Just finish writing.
I need to know if it's real.
I don't know. I mean, listen, my Mexican. We're into Mexican.
Funny, we go on his phone and go to the App Store, and if we go on the Grindr, put it.
I'm clean. I mean, I'll show you. I've been clean.
Thanks for
Grindr.
Figure out something about you.
Yeah, we are.
Maybe friend. That's why Facebook thinks.
Well, let's
Whoa, this is on camera. That's a little dangerous.
come on, you're not.
What if it was just audio?
I mean, we've all,
You're not Georgian.
yeah, we've all like blown a guy before, right? Like that. Pretty normal, right?
What are we talking
Middle
about?
school, this fucking ginger across the street when I was in middle school.
Wow. Really?
He pressured me. It was from Monopoly money. It was like we were playing Monopoly.
Oh, I thought you might have done it to see if it's the real.
No.
Point. How long have you been out of Atlanta? How long have you been?
I moved in here last September.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Since last July.
Oh, okay. You
It's like a year
started
and a half.
right out.
Yeah,
You didn't have anything, girlfriend, or
I got put on unsupervised probation. I was.
You got put on you.
Yeah, I was on. I don't know what UP. I was on. You did with UP.
You know me.
Aaron, you're probably
It's weird not having your twin here.
But
Aaron, you're probably never gonna get something out of ask this question, but how'd you get put on?
well, I had too much weed in Georgia. Felony possession of marijuana within 1,000 feet of a school, and then I violated it with 2 Xanaxes. So I went to jail for like 3 months. But
Also caught him on our show called versus Brett.
Hey! Chroma Crit! That was Chroma Crit for you only listeners. That is the only thing he's said in 2019, and he's 1 for 1. 1,000%.
chilling. No, I don't. I've been really.
How do you relax your mind? What do you do to stay calm here in Los Angeles? Did any new habits for yourself? You hiking and
Yeah, I'd be hiking. I live right there. I'd be meditating and shit.
Why do I feel like when you go hiking, you only walk behind women and like go like this with the book?
I'll be speeding past numbers. How many times a day do people come up to you and say, no? Okay, chilling.
It's been in trouble before. 8 fires back.
Yeah.
Are you a cop? So, I mean, it's a really interesting book. What do you do for work?
I just got a job at the fucking, like, vegan deli spot.
Wow.
Yeah. Not a good look, but, fucking.
So you're working with friends after all. You said it's not a good look, alright? Great.
What?
It's not a joke. I'm asking.
Wow. Oh, am I getting
Took a Neely in his
kind of about
it got too real for a second.
why do you worry so much about that?
Oh, no. It's better first.
Genuinely, once he goes up there, he turns into an English-speaking Mexican boy.
We have the ability to speak any dialect, any native tongue. You're not us Tony Hinch.
When you suck that little ginger cock, and you're like, oh my god, hey man, what do you think of it? Little. Why do you have to come with a little bitch?
Yeah.
Can you just eat?
Those are the key words he already for in this.
Ginger snap. Aaron, what do you miss most about Georgia? What's the most hillbilly type of thing that you don't do anymore that you used to do?
I don't know.
Did you ever feel like to run around and like jump over trees and shit?
I dated Walmart all the time. But she was Jewish. I don't know.
What?
But okay.
Where?
Yeah, I mean, you get fucked up at the office. I used to do that. Whoa! One time. I did. Yeah, one time.
You used to do it once.
That's tried. Yeah, I tried it. So I would send to do.
What you smoked?
But I actually went down. I went to jail for 2 months because I stayed up all night trying to sleep.
Wow.
And work.
Wow.
Yeah, cops come in all the time. Hey, we're the police.
We're coming. Aaron, tell us something. Tell us a fun fact about you. We might be surprised to know about a little country boy that looks like a computer boy.
I got 4 years sober. I don't know, but that's not really.
I said a fun fact.
A fun fact. I really
Is that the jacket they gave you when you did indoor skydiving?
$30 a month. Fun fact.
Yeah, like what's something you'd be surprised to know about?
Yeah, that'd be a fun fact.
Deep it through.
No, I really, I kind of, showed my hands too early with the jail thing. That's more like my special, like, I don't really.
What? Special flex that you what?
That I went to jail and like, oh, he's a bad boy, but
I'm a young Mark Maron.
I'll tell you a fun fact. My best friend's
He's a bad boy.
And kind of a loud volume library.
yeah. My best friend Muffin's in prison right now. That's kind of a fun fact.
Sweet Muffin. Let's find out what this guy
What the fuck's Muffin do to get in the big
Five.
Is he a muffin top or a muffin top?
And Admiral Nerdward. Landon. Why do you call him Muffin? Like what?
Oh, Well, he looked kind of like Winnie the Pooh, but he's like Andy Milanakis disease, like a baby. He's just fat.
What he do? Why is Muffin in prison?
He like wrestled his girlfriend and got caught with too much weed. They
Wrestled his girl.
By the way, being one order. Hang on a second.
said both of those things like all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he
did a couple of things.
He fought her twice.
Jeremiah.
Wrestled his girlfriend and fingered.
Wow. We call it in Georgia. You know what I mean? You beat him up a little bit. It's a little wrestling, man. Okay. Well, nice to meet you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I completely agree, and we're going to be right back after we tell you a little bit more about these sponsors on today's show. And we are back live from the Comedy Store. And for more, here we go. James Pita, everyone. Here we go, James Pita. Wow. And here he comes. James Pita.
All right.
So,
Anyone else spend their holiday break with a fucking boil between their ass cheeks?
no, just
All right. It's bad enough to have all my relatives constantly tell me that I look older. It's even worse when they're reasoning that I'm walking around like this. Don't touch me. I didn't know what to tell them other than I was trying to honor my almost on her deathbed grandmother. I know I was wishing I was on my deathbed.
When, for the first time since I was a baby, I had to show my sweet mother my gaping asshole. That was something. I had to get on all fours, stick my ass in the air, just to have my mom take one look and say, "Wow, you've gotten older." Thank you. Name Peter. Isn't that right? Idea. Professor Admiral Nerdward.
Thought he was going to talk.
Knock.
Knock.
Who's there?
Hold on a second.
Like a
Subordinates will be deaf. Subordinates will be deaf.
Alright. Team. So, first things first, you are the prettiest woman we've had on stage here tonight. Admiral Nerdward.
He looks like the prince of a race of people that did not survive him. I thought he was going to on the microphone cord for a good second. You're like, guys are good. Sibilance. He looks like his dream job is guitars. That would be the job.
You know how to play guitar? Look like. I was in a band from since I was like 12. What was the name of the band? Stay on top. Stay on top.
So positive. You on squash and violence. I love it.
You on Spotify or anything? Sound.
Christian rock.
Oh, but I have. Are you
Rock.
my wake?
Okay. You should be talking about this shit. Oh, it's hilarious. Rock. The fact that you are in it and actually there was that gaping ass material. Well, they're what was a little leech, a little sprinkle of gaping ass? What was this? Okay. Yes. What was mom having to look in your ass and or her having to listen to Christian rock band? Oh no, she loves rock. Okay. Yeah, she loves Christian.
So, what was the name of your Stay on Top speaking song on SoundCloud?
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't really.
We can tell. Let's just say you're not exactly staying on top of the billboard.
In that, it wasn't really my friends. Look at how he. Sorry, because of all the. Let's go. Good job. We play like.
I'd love to see you say that to Roger Waters or fucking.
You're just all over there.
Look at you, you big dummy, does boom doo. Yeah.
The only reason I could class. My sister's name. I would say probably growing.
Oh, you finally answered the question.
The late Buffett. Well, he was always on top. He was the top singer.
Do you only play bass? Do you play guitar?
No, yeah, I started with the bass. I've been playing the guitars. That's the shit. Here we go.
Here, stay on top. Is this you?
Doing it. Oh man, we're about to.
Oh yeah, dude. You gonna sing us a little verse, bro?
He doesn't sing.
You're singing tonight, bitch. No.
How's it go?
Words.
Is the Looney Tunes? Oh. Always on Looney Tunes reggae.
Well, James.
Rock, ska, rock. Yeah. Hard reggae. Hard or rock, ska. Our main thing is playing like major shows.
Let me ask you this, James. Where do you think it all went wrong? Arguments?
Yeah. At one point, the leader of the band was like, "I'm staying on top," and everyone, "All right, well, stay on top of it."
And then, what did they all go on to do? What did the rest of the band go on to do? Did they then join a big band? Like, are they fucking in a band scene or anything like that?
Our drummer, he had his own band called Fort the Band, but they broke up too. Now he lives out in LA. I went back home and stayed with my parents for a bit.
Where's home?
Boston. Where we started that. Junk.
A lot of great bands. A lot of great bands. Missing out on rock and roll.
Valley after a Magnet performance.
Question. James, what do you do for fun now?
Well, I just bought an RV like 2 months ago. I've been fixing it up. I just quit my job on it.
You're required. So that
my fritter. I'm running out of funds.
you're gonna live. Okay. What's the worst part of working?
Being like all my coworkers were kids just out of high school. They didn't understand.
I got
Awesome. Like I tell them I was my last thing. Fuck it.
that's how good it works.
Also, how long goes from Darlene from Roseanne?
Wow, I didn't know that.
English language.
My whole wardrobe is clothes my parents.
Hey, that's a Jungle Book reference. There you go. Phil Harris version. Alright.
What?
Because he looks like the kid in the Jungle Book, everybody. Blue. Yes, okay. So,
When they canceled that show about the skin kid, like Mowgli.
anyway, so James, did you get a lot of chicks in your rock and roll days? Were you,
At that time, I was really involved with my guitarist girlfriend.
What?
whoa.
Awesome. Nice guy at Jesse's.
With that situation, I was girlfriend.
And
Where's she?
What ended up happening with that?
She goes. She's gone on her
But you hooked up with her? Many times. Guitarists never find out about it? You want to call him right now and tell him?
Let's
Confess
tell him.
to him?
Yeah.
I think this needs a little fucking... James will be a legend on this show forever.
Oh my god. Call him up.
Hold on.
still have his phone number.
Oh no.
I'll have his phone number. You fucking lied to me.
End of the phone call. Now who's always up?
Admiral Nerd Knock.
Here we go.
I used to sleep with your girlfriend, and now I live in an RV. Take that.
Okay, stop with that.
I still have it.
Hey! Okay, so let me explain how this is going to go. Okay? Because we only have one chance. First of all, y'all have to stay calm. Second drink now, that order. We've done this a few times on the show. It's a high pressure situation. You only have one shot. Even Admiral Nerd Knock put his left mouthpiece back into his mouth on the occasion. He knows to be on YouTube separate clips.
Cracking.
I really
Hard.
Hey, Stolberg, did you not?
It's nerd. It's not.
Here's how this is going to go. Now, there's different ways to do this. But I think the best way, by the way, the whole audience, you guys have to try your best to stay quiet. You can go fucking ballistic afterwards if he finds out, like, you know, he's on the show or whatever, but for the most part, we have to keep it straight, or else he's going to be on the other end of the phone on to us, right? Because a room full of hundreds of people laughing. Sounds like a room full of hundreds of people laughing.
Oh, so you don't want me to tell him?
No. You're gonna fucking tell him.
On a show?
Okay.
People, I
Yeah.
have it in my head already.
Well, idiot. So, I'm gonna do this. You'll soften them up a little bit. Like, hey, it's James, man, from fucking Stay on Top. And then you're gonna go, look, man, things are good for me, dude. I'm just, I'm fucking being an artist out in LA. Chess for a long time, and
I got it.
so you're an AA. Right, I never wanted to tell you this, but some guy forced me to tell you.
If my art, I'll never be not a 30.
Bottom of the phone is pressed up against the top of the microphone. Okay, whatever you do, don't pull it away. And if it goes to the answer machine, pull it away so the number doesn't go into the live stream. Okay. And the only other thing that we have to cover in this is
thousands of dead spot listeners. Hey man, your girlfriend got straight raw dog back wrong.
then you tell them, I just wanted to let you know, you tell them the truth, like that whole time. What's the girl's name?
Dory.
What is it?
Dory. Like Doris?
You were finding Dory.
Yeah.
Sounds like a free nest.
You think Dory come up pretty quick. How many Dories does anybody know? Especially ones you remember recent.
What's behind Dory number 3? James. Okay.
Was she like the fish in the movie? Because I wasn't the only one.
Oh my God, Doug, are you listening to the show that you're on at all?
We're talking about Dory.
Very good. Yeah, that's the legend after that. I think so too. Big deal. If you just catching, let me basically reset this clip. James.
No,
Oh God. Oh, this is amazing.
oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
For some reason that makes. For some reason that's like.
It's only 7 months. It's fine. In our planet, that is older than.
So try to remember everything I told you, what to do, what not to do, and here we go. James is about to call the guitar player and tell him he was fucking his girl for 7 months.
That was quick.
Oh my God.
I'm trying. Yes.
Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do right now. Okay. No, because his phone might be shut off. So why don't you? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep the show moving, right? Okay. What about? We're gonna keep the show moving.
What about Gary out there, John?
All right.
9 months from now, we will find the results of whether or not he's not with you now.
We're gonna keep the show moving. Here's what I want you to do in the meanwhile. I want you to Facebook message him and tell him that you need to talk to him. Is there any chance that you can call him? Is there a number where he can reach you at? And if that doesn't work, if you don't get a response immediately, call or text all your other friends that know him and ask what his new number is. And then when you get a new number, you right back up to this fucking thing.
You are on.
There he goes, James Speed. Folks, he becomes the legend. All right. No, he'll be back any minute. Okay. I believe this young man's been on the show before. Let's watch a new 60-second stylings of Panda. Everybody, Panda. More time for Panda.
I'm originally from South Los Angeles. And I speak this way because it's easier to get. All my black friends out there, I highly recommend the doctor an English accent. When the officer asks you for your driver's license, you simply say to him, "Oh yes, of course, sir. Let me show you my mini Ouch. But be careful. I mean, one time I went too far, and I kind of sounded like Idris Elba, and I was like, "Yes, officer, I was driving drunk. I'm sorry. He left me." And I was named Chief. If anyone knows who, let me know. I was right. Oh yeah. And
Reminds me of Bill Cosby.
Oh, come on. This just said it. I wanted to be like,
That was fun. What do you really sound like?
I guess it's kind of similar, but less British. I guess it's a mix of British. Where are you from? From Zimbabwe, which is a British colony.
That's Africa.
That's what was your stand-up comedy in Zimbabwe, or you? Yeah, no, I stand up in Zimbabwe. How was it? It was interesting. It was, I guess, kind of like a newer art form now. It's been around, but not many people.
But what's it like being the butler on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Hey! That's okay. I was going to ask him if you covered him. That is ridiculous.
Yes. Finding the butler, that's another part of that, but fascinating. You have a lot to draw upon. How is Los Angeles from Zimbabwe? Well, I mean, less black. Yeah. I say it's but and that's actually geographically kind of similar. Like,
No, it's not.
LA feels like
A lot less zebras.
Alright. Come on.
Is that what you're calling where you're from?
LA feels like one big suburb, and Zimbabwe's kind of like everything's spread out. It's kind of similar, but
Wait, say that one more time.
Zimbabwe, LA's like one big suburb. It's very spread out. Zimbabwe's kind of similar. Yeah.
Craziest animal. See.
Well, one time I was at a game count.
A what?
Oh, you're counting. Basically, okay. So you go to the game count thing they do, where like people go out and just count the numbers of bloodlight out there. And I was with my German friend.
I call that looking for chicks.
Oh, come on. Anyway,
Wait, you went looking for game German friends?
Because it's kind of like a white thing to do, but I was like, I'll try something new. Yeah. And so what they do is they go out and they count all the animals. There's a camp, and you're not supposed to bring fruit.
Wait, Germans near a camp?
I don't like this.
It's also cool. I feel like I know what kind of animals they were hunting.
No, they were not hunting like that.
God, there's not a single Jew out here. I don't know why my German
That sounds very, like the other German town.
The animals try to hide.
No, okay, I saw an elephant right behind me, and it like reached into my gin and tonic. What? Had a sip, yeah. The elephant reached into your gin and tonic. Yeah. They're like so big. Big on your area. Why you always put guys in
Elephant will remember if you don't roast me.
Wow, okay.
One in the trunk, two in the trunk. That's what we always say when we're being an elephant.
But anyway, you're not supposed to bring fruit into the camp. Elephants notorious for coming into the camp and like taking.
Hell yeah.
And then
Unpack your dirt.
But yeah, LA is cool. It's very different. Yes. Yeah.
What are some of your favorite things to do for fun around here?
My account was suspended, period. I received a recent email that my account was suspended in error, period. Here's the information.
everybody's. What do you want to do on this?
Away. Those Canadians out there.
You can always be fast.
Like all those.
Yeah, like being a black man in the Harry Potter world.
Yes. The rarest in the world.
Are you due back soon on the holodeck? Very Star Trek kind of outfit in my brain.
I'm like, I applied for a. Oh, sure.
Oh,
Not working.
I'm just doing the. Dude, you have personality, great fucking presence. Like you're looking interesting story. I think you could be a great comic. Just write a bunch of great. That all you have to do. No, but I mean, like, write about yourself. No, dude, write about yourself. Why would you for all the shit? Fucking, how many people comment? How many people roof my questions? I'm
going. I'm gonna take some knowledge that I don't normally do on this show many times, right? And we've had some really rough. You've taken some real chances. I remember one of the times that we were horribly wrong. We're like the what, like mask, I was crazy, like a doctor's mask. Long story short, it went horrible. And you came here tonight. You got a standing O from the entire panel at one point. And you talk of the interview. Went for an entire 8.5 minutes. On top of 60 seconds. The show. Keep coming back, kid. A fucking great set. How about one more time for Potato, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep it along. TA10 Dio. TA10 D. Oh, Todd. DA.
I mean, should think about changing.
James Vita. James R. Vita. Instagram. Where's James? James Vita update? Where's this motherfucking? He may have found out that you were fucking a girl and killed himself. I'm interested to get an update. Not like tonight, but you're James to find out. I mean, Dory. Or just want to let you know it's fucking James. What the fucking bass player did? You were fucking the bass player? Yeah. All the time I took to learn the electric.
little on the ass of this.
Stop. Stay on bottom. Pull another name out of the bucket. Keep this fun train along with comedy stylings of Erica Dawson. Here we go.
Who else in here? Someone. Me, I just turned 26. Lost healthcare. Looking for. So I'm trying to take better care of myself. But I'm kind of tapping into that, the higher vibrational shit. So I'm meditating with green juice, bouncing on my own shanty. That hot yoga in the studio, like namaste. He's a part of it. Keep on chain, keeping it fun. What else? I'm getting kombucha. You guys up with kombucha in here? Yeah, I'm getting kombucha. I'm putting it up my butt. Butt chug cleanse. So yeah, I'm keeping it fun, keeping it frisky. What else? I do background work, extra work, just because I really don't want to know what confidence feels like, and that's the one LA dream I can just keep alive. And this is Shakira at Starbucks. Venti, 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 rise, 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 please don't forget.
Wow.
Yes, 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 yes. I've never heard anybody do that. It's great. No.
Yeah, best half you really are.
Now game is
Even I gave the hard look to the left at the end to see how close Red Band was hitting the bear.
I got to the bear fast, but you fucking stopped it.
that is track.
Here's the student has become the teacher, and the teacher is the student, which also explains why you're dressed like that, Erica Dawson.
I think she looks cute.
No, yeah, I mean, she has like a cute face, dressed like a haggard human.
I would pee on her.
She's dressed like she warms up next to a barrel fire. Yes, Brian, we know that
She has been tirelessly leading the rebellion.
She could have been on herself. Don't do that with that.
that is what we're going to talk about first. First thing you said is, anybody else ever pissed on someone? Anyway, moving on. That was your first joke and your first segue. Let's talk a little bit more about that, shall we?
Planet Kiltron, that is also how we greet our mother.
Wow.
It wasn't on my mom. Yeah, it was sexual. It was sexual.
Yeah. Hey, Red Band. Look out.
Look at R. Kelly. Nice.
Let's real talk.
Her clothes invoke the version.
So was that a one-time thing that came on
No,
again?
it was. I was in a relationship with someone who wanted me to piss on them often.
How did you feel?
I was open to it. I'm like, as long as I'm not being hurt, you know, I'm pretty.
I mean, you just hydrate.
Yeah, you really do. You have to be very. It's a lot of water and beer mixing.
Yeah.
Kind of fast.
Membership.
Wow, okay.
What can I say that will work? I guess nothing.
Anyway, so was that was a regular thing to do?
Was
Now,
like,
is that like he would like lay down in the bathtub
no,
type thing?
it was in the shower. It was like a standing shower situation.
I used to,
Like I had a girl that always wanted me to pee inside her.
yes, we've heard.
Dude, that requires a level of effort that
That's
you
a real
don't
story.
have.
Girls like squirter. Let me ask you. I forgot.
Oh, shit.
Buddy.
By the way, fascinating. Like, so that relationship is. Isn't that crazy that, like, that's one part of your life? You get on a date for a while in a shower.
Yeah, I gotta talk about
I
it.
thought of what I wanted to ask.
Yes.
Did you ever bring asparagus into the?
Oh, no. Come on. Come on. That's when the relationship went sour.
Vitamin C, the old watch the vegetable. So Erica, this is a situation when you say standing shower, was it a large standing shower, large enough for him to like lay flat?
No, he didn't lay down. We were both standing, and like he wanted me to piss on his.
Right. So he would sort of what? Was he shorter than you?
Same height. He's
Same height. So he sort of crouched down.
Yeah.
Would he have a boner when you peed on it, or would he?
As I trickled, the boner became larger.
Dude, by the way, phone over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was like a gremlin.
Yeah, you.
What time does this happen?
Yeah, you weren't supposed to pee on the gremlin. That was.
Not after midnight.
No, that is just a fascinating thing that I think most people. I mean, I like to open to that, but further.
Yeah.
It's true.
Do you have any fetishes?
Did you know?
Oh my god. Do you have any sentiments? I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I had a typical.
Well, for like most women here, fetish for me is just a guy going down on me.
Thank
so
you.
Right? It's special and it's rare.
That is very obtainable on my planet.
I will say I'm a chronic belcher.
Never mind.
Dudes are really into me. I have a following on Instagram. Accent, like I found out. Belch belches.
Yeah, it's gotta be rough.
Can you give us a little example of you know?
Better with
In China,
You know, in Singapore, you can get cane.
better if I got like studs. I'm a natural gal, not like forced right now.
I would like to challenge her to a burp off.
Oh! Every once in a while, Admiral Nerd Knock will challenge me. Things we've seen him with some of his specialties are kicking high in the air.
Yeah. No, it's his mother.
We've seen him out rap a guy he was a professional rapper. These fucking band does not fuck around. First off in the belt shop, a woman with an extra Instagram based on her belching. Ladies and gentlemen,
It's wet.
wow, that was. The audio list.
Wait a minute. I think she won.
Sounded like he made a pretty bad noise.
One. More material.
oh, that one.
Oh. Whoa, she just fired back with another one. Closing the snakes crawled out of Jeremiah's mouth.
And they're like dudes.
Oh, you're gonna get a bigger following than
Throw up again. Throw up. Not throw up.
I never said Jeremiah on stage.
Winner without a doubt, Jeremiah Watkins.
You have a great personality, presence.
How long have you been on set?
2.5 years.
So awesome. And all of it here in LA?
Yeah, here in LA. Yeah.
By the way,
God.
I love how you're reacting. Very funny expressions. Obviously, that, but if you are a promising comic and like to
There you go. There she goes. Erica Dawson. Great job. Great job. Follow her on Twitter. Lady Erica Dawson. All right, let's have some fun, shall we? End of
How much money?
guys. Burping on this fucking Brian. I don't know how you got it. So you realize everybody in the world can belch, right? Like that's a normal thing.
that was me.
I watched.
That segment was brought to you by ZipRecruiter.
I love it. Jeremiah still doesn't sponsors work. But moving
I
on.
am from another planet. I do not understand.
But one guy that does understand how things work is our brand new regular, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe he is here, first ever spot of 2019 and the history of Tony. We're right for the last time he was on. He's one of my favorite things right now. He's silly. Consider him sort of like a maybe like a modern sort of like Andy Kaufman, brain damage or something. Here he is. First set as a Kill Tony regular. Ladies and gentlemen, William Montgomery.
impression of me skinny. Is my impression of me.
Hey, good question.
I only that you could have won.
Yes.
I was actually in South Korea 3 weeks ago. A bunch of denim in South Korea.
One more time. William. Here we go. We're off and running. Funny stat. First one to sort of like scare us and perform. Shock the crowd, I think, there for a second. I think anyone saw that lose your mind if Avenue joke did coming. I forgot that. But it is a really good piece of property. That's at the yellow. I believe.
It is.
Yeah, yellow's good. I'm obsessed with Monopoly. I pride myself on being undefeated lifetime in Monopoly.
Stay up all night.
I'll put a hotel on it.
So, William, that part, what was the part that you almost said black instead of Hispanic?
You want thingamabobs? I got 20 from the Little Mermaid song. I think there's something golden in it.
Wait a second. Are you sure? 20? I thought she was plenty.
It's 20.
I think it's fucking plenty, dude, and I think we should go to the tip.
Yeah, let's hear it. I think it's like.
I got thingamabobs.
You want thingamabobs? I got 20.
Okay, that's just knowing how many thingamabobs.
Is that under the T? Is that what you're talking about?
She doesn't even know the name of it. It's how many she has.
Right, she's got plenty, right?
Part of the world.
20?
Part of the world.
Well, is she a Jewish mermaid?
Oh, come on. Stop it, Ron.
Part of the world. What part?
It's in the middle of this goddamn song. God damn it, thingamabobs.
What part is gonna happen? No way we're gonna get kicked off of YouTube because of this part of the show.
Nope.
Not gonna happen, William Montgomery. No way.
Thingamabobs.
Got my eyes on the prize. Lots.
20. At least.
William, what do you do for the holiday season, my friend? You're such an interesting character. I feel like there's never a dull moment.
Oh, everybody, this is important. Roger, how you living, pimp? Yo, I don't even fucking care. I don't even fucking care. I have to tell you this. But I do care. But not right now. I just got like 9 emails reinstating all those accounts from YouTube that they banned like a week ago. So how tight is that?
Really? They actually banned?
Yeah, I've never gotten that before. They still didn't unban like my big account, or I have like 2 big accounts with like thousands of followers, but these ones had hundreds of followers and pretty old. Accounts. So I don't know if they're going through recognizing like that they did this wrong. Like my big account, guess why the fuck? I won't make you guess. The reason why my big account got banned was medical misinformation, and it's like, dog, I don't even talk about medical shit. Like, if anything, I'm gonna have Zoom come in here and start blabbing about bullshit. But like, I don't really get into that. And you may say, well, dog, what about a world without cancer? And all that? Okay, fine, but like, that's not what my channel's about. It would have to hear like something in the background or something like that. Like that's just not what I do. Um, so that's good. And I was supposed to do a podcast yesterday, and the guy had to cancel. I'm doing one tomorrow. I'm doing one Tuesday. I'm doing one Friday, and then I lined up like another two. Um, the strategy for podcasts is fucking amazing. Um, and I'm not overbooking myself, and um, figured out ways to create more YouTube accounts. So it's funny. It's like, oh, we reinstated 9 of your fucking accounts. It's like, oh, cool. I just created another 7 accounts in the meantime. Like, I guess I have more YouTube accounts now. So I'm not gonna touch the ones that they just reinstated. I'll let those archive or whatever. And then but I've never gotten a YouTube account to my knowledge. Like that. This is exactly what the email says. It says after review. And another thing is, I didn't appeal these. I just was like, alrighty, well, it's like any other fucking account that I've gotten that's banned. I can't do anything about it. But they must have been like, they must have gotten like a ton of complaints that were like, yo, dog, you guys um or like you guys banned too many people because they wrote, when did they send this? At 5 o'clock, 2 hours ago. They say, hi, Bible Rabbi, we're pleased to let you know that we recently reviewed your YouTube account, and after taking another look, we can confirm that it is not in violation of our terms of service. We have lifted the suspension of your account and is once again active and operational. We'd like to thank you for your patience while we reviewed this case. If you have any other further questions, please feel free to reach out to us here. You know what? I might do that. I might be like, hey, dog, you guys are a bunch of douches. Um, Give me my fucking account back, or like my main account. But yeah, that's what they wrote. Get help as a YouTube creator. The fuck is this, dude? Don't send me to this bullshit. Don't don't send me to like a frequently asked questions. Like that's you can contact creator support. Uh, just one moment. Fuck. All right, I'll do it later. Bitch, shoot, those assholes don't even reply to me anymore.
Can you try making a new?
Yeah, I did, and I was able to, but um, I'm not too worried about it. I I did this thing where I, dude, OBS. Everybody's like, oh, I love OBS, blah 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 blah, and that's cool, but it doesn't always work the way that I want. All of these things, like a perfect example is that thing that you told me the other day, where you're like, oh, if you want to live stream, like all you need, there's this one company that links 6 different things. It's like something's wrong here. You shouldn't need 6 different things. You should need one thing, and then if anything, maybe a backup of that, but not 6 different things. And OBS is the same way. Um, so uh, I basically connected. There are, let's see, 4 or 5 different platforms on which I stream. Uh, Aside from Twitter, so that's 6. There's YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Nemo TV, and I think that's anything else? Yeah, there are some others that I do, like Africa TV and um, like Billy Billy and just a bunch. But a lot of these have gone down. Like while I've been streaming in the last 5 years or so, I have seen a lot of websites go down. Omelet went down, which was supposed to be like a Twitter alternative, and I had their premium account. So Omelet went down, and they just basically like I had like a year long account, and they just basically were like 6 months into it, yeah, we're going down. Come get your money. Psych, you're not getting it back. And I was like, okay, fuck you. But they were a good website. I got a lot of people finding me from there. They were supposed to be like Twitch. Then there's caffeine. Caffeine went down. You're like, what's caffeine? It was like a Twitch kind of deal. Trovo's still going until the end of next month, or like there's 31 days, 30 days basically, and then it's done. D Live went down. That was from the same people of TikTok. That's four big ones. What else has gone down? Um, Library got changed to Odyssey, and so that's like another one. I mean, those are just ones that I know. And I'm sure there are a lot of others out there, and it's amazing to me that these things, um, that they're that I mean, people put all this work into it and everything. It to me would be like, all right, how much money do we have, and how long do we think we can do this? But I guess they keep trying to get more and more investment, and there's more and more competition, and they just don't like. Aside from the big five that I named, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, like even not that big, Tik, X, Instagram, Facebook, like maybe those 10 or whatever. People can't really name anything else, and it's already like overload. So for you to be a new one, like, hey, we're gonna start up the Riser app or whatever, people would just be like, dude, there are already so many other ones. Like even something like BitChute or uh, like you didn't know, or not putting you down by any means, but like um, Odyssey. Odyssey's been around for a long time, but that one was like new to you and just hearing about it. I guess it's about marketing. They just don't have the budgets to be able to advertise in a huge way, and because of that, um, they're kind of just going to be niche until they can get the news to talk about them. They're just going to be niche and talk about them in not a left wing, right wing platform or whatever, like in just a normal way. They're not going to be talked about, and I think that there's a certain standard. YouTube and everybody else, they're just like, we don't want new alternatives. So anything, if you ever have to bring this up on the news, we're gonna label it as a startup or a an attempted competitor. Like we're not even gonna call it a competitor. We're gonna say an attempted competitor, or we're gonna say that it's politically charged, or we're going to say that it is a fringe streaming site, whatever it is. Like they don't want competition. I've come to that conclusion. Anyway, that's enough talking for me. I'm just very happy about getting the YouTube sites back. So, with that being said, now in all seriousness, how was your day? How are you?
No, I mean, glad you got your accounts.
Some of them,
Um,
yeah. Thank you.
my day was good, doing good. I came in, I just the meme that you made with like Harley and Carol. That's
Did you see what was on the wall?
yeah, the score.
Yeah, good.
I mean, if this is a real Harem game, I think we all know who would actually win. Uh,
You got stunned.
Because
You got stunned. Okay, so do you want to lose at Carom, or do you want to lose at mini golf, or do you want to lose at literati? Your choice.
I came to deliver a literati lost like my
Say no more.
I watched the first half of the movie.
How was it?
I can. I guess I can only judge the first half. Like okay, I guess. Could be better. Or I don't think I've ever in my life just paused a movie halfway through and been like, yeah, I'll watch this later.
Why not?
I just commit. You can't, like, it just interrupts the flow of things.
Oh, I agree. Dude, I don't have. I hate to say this, but I don't have the attention span for movies anymore. And I have to see what's going on with the fighter and the kid, and I have to see what's going on in fucking Kill Tony, and I have to see what's going on with Joe Rogan, and I have to see what's going on with my streams, and I have to go like I don't have to, but for me to just it's also the way that I watch it too. I'm watching it on a phone, and I'm not watching it like on a big TV or big screen because I can't because the sound will get me in trouble. So I'm already like not paying as much attention as I normally would, and because of that, I just find that I don't.
You don't have your VR headset or no?
Yeah.
You still have it?
Yep.
Like, it's in your house.
Yeah. It's in a box
Like,
right over. It's in a box right over there.
why don't you use that?
You mean to watch the streams on?
Watch a movie or do anything.
Yeah. So I have the first generation of the um Oculus, whatever it's called, and it's very slow, and it's like it's one thing to go to like Facebook or something. It's another thing to go to one of those websites that has all kinds of pop-ups because I don't have a pop-up blocker on it. And at this point, I don't know. I used it a couple years ago and it was like, oh, this thing has gotten to be e-waste. Um, I think as well, the account that I registered, the Facebook account with which I registered it, I can't get into it for whatever reason. Um, and so it just was unmotivating last time I used it. But I'm not saying that I couldn't. I just don't really like to. Oh, I know a big reason too. I wear glasses, and that thing with glasses is you can't wear glasses, so I have to have my glasses off, and um, it's like I can't see that well. Just for a moment, I need more time. Yeah, can you just send me it? There you go. No, I'm fast, but I was trying to think what was uh the glasses issue was a major issue for me. Um, but also the slowness of it. Like, does yours have like a little controller, a hand controller?
There's two of them.
Okay. Um, Mine only has one. Yeah, it only has one, and to be able to maneuver with that thing, like when you watch a movie on your VR headset. Is it?
Oh,
Is it? And you have to go to one of those websites, like I don't know, whatever. Like, don't you get a bunch of pop-ups on it?
um, I haven't tried watching one of those free movie sites with VR headsets, so I don't know. But if it doesn't have a pop-up blocker that could be installed, then that would certainly be a huge pain in the ass.
How do you watch like a movie without it?
Um, oh wait, yeah, no, Top Gun I did watch from a movie site and it was fine. Just a random thing, so
Then you get pop-ups.
um, no, fine.
Oh, what is that bullshit, dog?
Karate for you.
My my Oculus and just see. But the glasses issue is an issue. I also have people who are coming in here and I have to remove it all the time. And it just to me was very slow. And when I tried to go to those kinds of websites or whatever, I got inundated with pop-ups. So maybe they're better now. But what version of the Oculus do you have?
Meta Quest 3.
Okay, I think I have the one, and um, it's just, and I always felt this way. It was just always underpowered. It was cool for it, for like a few weeks, but I just found that um, it was kind of a little bit of a bad.
You're hyping it up. I like that.
I think it's cool, but I don't use it like regularly because it's just easier for me to use um, a phone. And I mean, when I get into it, I'll get into it for like 8 hours. That's kind of an issue. Um, like I'll have my glasses off, but it's got to be something that, um, like, got to catch my attention. And I've seen like I I should try it again. Games uh, are underpowered on it. The big thing when I used it, you could go to websites. Porn was amazing. Um, and
Does let you see like the room that you're in? Like, will you be able to look at the actual that you're
oh
in
no,
without having like a display over it, or does it just like a black. It shows like a black screen or something.
Exactly. There's none of that. It's just black.
Oh damn. Well, mine in the room was like literally watching 40 video. Like when I first got, it, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, did I get scammed? Is this thing broken? And they're like, no, that's really, really bad at projecting like your room in HD.
What are you talking about? Your room in HD.
So you have the goggles on, and if you don't have a screen selected, you're looking at the room that you're in, just like you would with your vision, except it's like cranked down to like 240 pixels.
Oh, you're saying there's an external camera looking forward?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there's none of that. It's just black.
Is the screen on yours like their high enough resolution for your computer, or are those bullshit?
I'm a bad person to ask about screen resolution with it because it I don't have my glasses on, so it's like it's already really blurry to me. Um, so okay, so you're asking what about um what about
Like your contacts?
yeah, but I'd have to order more contacts. Like oh, is that how I did it before? Maybe I was wearing contacts. I mean, my unit is like 8 years old. Eight, yeah, it's about 8 years old. It's pretty um archaic when it comes to like technology. I mean, how old is yours at this point?
I'm not sure when it's probably a few years. Came out in October 2023. That's pretty old.
Dude, are you fucking serious?
Don't worry, I'll start giving you the good times.
Dude, I don't want to talk about it. This is ridiculous.
Just sticking with the eyes.
Dude, STFU. You have the X, you have the J, you have the Q.
M2S.
Oh, look who it is. What up, baby?
Time. My phone's like dying.
Okay, well then charge it.
Why don't you have a charger? Why is your phone always dying? That's a great question. Hey, Robot,
Bro,
guess who's performing tonight?
Zoot.
What?
You're performing.
Guess who the host is?
Chelsea. Are you excited about that? Dude, they'd be it's gonna be some time maybe. Oh boy, he got you.
How many contests have you
As many as you.
Are you a real comedy state farmer? Yeah, I'm your number one fan. Alright, I'm going to go listen to Avicii.
Dude, come on, we're gonna play mini golf in a second.
What's your favorite?
Well, it's not. It mentions him. I took a pill in Ibiza to show Avicii I was cool. But when I got older, I was living out in LA. I drive a sports car, Johnson Crew. I'm a real big baller because I made $1 million and I spent it on this shit.
What I used to play again.
How many do you need? How many cows are left?
Um, you think you can win?
This game has been rigged.
Once upon a time.
Wait, we're about to play, dude.
one down.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
So what's the like?
Yeah, listen to Avicii. Dude, what's your favorite Avicii song?
Or the nights.
Okay, why those songs?
Lyrics and names hate jokes. I watched a documentary on Avicii the other day called Avicii I Am Tim, and it's like very emotional. Did he unalive himself? It's like the or like yeah.
I don't know if I believe that one.
What?
I don't know if I believe that one.
Doing the documentary child trafficking with Rayma.
God, I'm not saying that. I don't know. He had everything going for him. I don't know why he.
As he said, do you want your turn?
Yes, but
He was like stressed out by having to go perform and you're so famous. Didn't have like a long time or whatever.
that doesn't even make sense.
The music, like in the documentary, the music that wanted him, they took control of his music and they wanted it to be their way. They wouldn't let him make his music he wanted to make, and he was on the timeline and stressed out. And he wanted to make music, but he couldn't handle the criticism and the expectations of putting. Like he wanted to make music for himself, but he didn't like having like he had so high expectations for himself that he couldn't meet what he wanted to make. You just took a full two.
Give it again. Give it again. I'm listening to Zoo. Just give it, dude. Just give it back. Just give it back. I'm listening to Zoo. I'll play it right away. Dude, wow. That was the. How did you win? How did you win? I didn't keep checking. Was was it was it a resign or was it
He was so bad that it was.
no, I'm listening to Zoo. He's saying what the theory is behind Avicii's death, and I'm saying I don't know. I don't believe. I frankly am just not someone who believes that people who are at the top of the world necessarily feel like killing themselves. It's just not a thing.
I don't think it's that hard
Okay, well,
personally.
that opinion, just like your shot, are dog shit. Now look at my shot, Riser. Do you see my shot? Why it's superior?
I have better angles at all.
That's a cool story. Watch what it's gonna do to my ball. Garbage. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, man. Down. Good. Good.
Come on,
Way
baby.
too
Come
hard.
on, baby.
Way too hard. Hard.
Yeah, well,
Make it. That's going
I don't know
backwards.
why you would hit it like that.
Yeah, just shoot it backwards, like
Shoot it
down.
short. Shoot it short, and then you have at least have a shot to make it. No, like where Riser's ball was.
Yeah, just tap it lightly. Tap it super lightly, and then make it in there.
No,
That was
Dude, just
the worst
garbage. Zoot has
possible.
garbage.
Worst.
As for these people who are on top of the world, dude, you just haven't studied history enough. If you know things like Marilyn Monroe, they said, oh, she offed herself because of whatever, or was an overdose or whatever. And then it turns out that she was like potentially pregnant and had all of this like dirt on the Kennedys and all this shit. Like these things take time, but they're eventually found out to be look, you know what kind of evil exists in this world with like the Jeffrey Epstein shit. And you mean to tell me that like one of his accusers, Virginia Giuffre, she just randomly ends up doing that when she said that she wouldn't do it? Like I just don't believe it. It's garbage. Yeah, that's a good question, Zoot. Um, you never know. I'm saying that he may have said to somebody, I'm sick of doing this, or I'm going to speak out about something, or whatever. And then they just say, oh, okay. And then he had all these issues. Yada, yada, yada. Riser, what do you think of my shot? Riser, I asked you a question, and everybody's expecting an answer.
It's as terrible as your take on Robin. Pretty damn bad.
You just don't know enough about the world. And I understand. I used to have these arguments with people. I used to have these arguments with people who would tell me just wait 10 years and you won't have the same opinion on something. And they were right. When it came to John F. Kennedy, I'd be like, dude, it's obvious. One guy, one shot, or whatever. And then people would be like, that's not what happened. I have to. That's a good example, Zoot.
There's an issue with that.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, nice shot. What about?
One of the best shots anybody's ever seen in this game.
Very nice. Pretty good. No. No. Alright, everyone. Oh, fuck. I think I made. I think I might have a one shot the Bradley here. Over.
Gentlemen,
Wow.
gentlemen,
Bro,
right.
I got a two shot. That is
There you go, big dog. Riser, what are your thoughts on my shot?
the first.
Riser, what are your thoughts on my shot?
The hole in one on the 16. Oh, what is. What was Bradley? That was him.
Yeah, I think you could get a hole in one on the shot on this hole. I think you could just get a hole in one without a. If it went through perfectly, and I just think you could. All I know though is Riser, I'm guaranteed to win. What are your thoughts on that? Oh, if Zook puts this in, then I'm guaranteed a lone win. Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not. If Zook puts this in, I'm guaranteed a win.
A tie. Not a win. You know, I would have got a two shot. My finger literally slipped.
Doug.
And
Doug.
And he went ahead and shot it anyway. Cheated.
Doug. I mean, that just sounds like a you problem. And all I know is that I'm guaranteed at least a tie.
I just got the perfect shot. Are we on? Yeah. I'm the only one that can like. I have to make it or else. Fuck! This was so easy. Shoot me up, Zoom, and no. That was a bad shot. Hit riser in. Rabbi, if you hit riser in instead, I'll leave you one.
I don't believe that for a second. Riser, you lost. It's over.
We're still near this. Oh, you literally can't.
Yeah, I am camping there. Or what's the word that you use? Lurking. I'm lurking there.
Don't. Why? What the hell, dude? I would win.
Riser, you're done. Riser, you're done, dude.
Oh No, it's not over. Rabbis is coming straight down. What a coward. Why would you do that? Holy crap. Wow.
Brilliant.
You could have just literally shot it directly.
Yeah, but then there's a chance my ball would have gone down. This way, you can't make it. Riser, it guaranteed me the win. Why wouldn't I want to go with a guaranteed win? I'll wait. No, he can't. It's impossible. I'm the champion.
Finger slip, and you kept shooting. That's still cheating.
Riser, you didn't ask us not to shoot. You did not ask us not to shoot. And you know my finger has slipped a lot of times. You guys still play it.
Have you asked us not to shoot?
You didn't ask us not to shoot.
No, I said, okay, everyone next shot, just like tap it like a little bit. So I shot that.
What happened to it? Why isn't it going?
Did he leave?
Zoot. Zoot, if you had to give your honest opinion, who's the better mini golf player? Riser or me? There you go. That's all we need. I'm Zoot's opinion. Riser, did you hear that? That was straight up facts. My favorite South Australian comedian just delivered facts to you.
Congrats. Congratulations.
Thanks, big dog.
Yeah.
You're done. We're playing Carom the real way.
Yeah, the way that you beat me while I was like, I'm practically unconscious.
Baby, that sounds like a you problem.
No.
That was devastating. And I'm going to explain to you why it was devastating. Dude,
I don't see.
I didn't say I was gonna skunk you.
You don't have the.
I mean, you could still get skunked. This would be one of the all-time great shots.
Will not happen. I guess the shitty black ones out of the way. No real player on the board. They're for chums.
You don't even know who Harry Cupcake Jr. is.
Harry.
That's what I just said, son. Oh, devastating. You have all of the easiest shots in the history of the world.
No,
Dog, your shots are so easy, it's not even funny.
every game. Just like my carom tiles, I get 4 eyes, 5 eyes, all the eyes.
You have carom tiles? You mean literati, dog? Because nobody knows what carom tiles are. You don't even know anything about Yazoo clay. You don't even know anything about Yazoo clay. And you don't know anything about Canadian Airlines Flight 21, the deadliest unsolved mass murder in Canada history. This game sucks and it's rigged. This game sucks and it's rigged. This game sucks and it's rigged. And Riser just had a monstrous fuck up. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Oh. That was fucked up. It was fucked. It's over for you. Done. Game over. It's over.
Yeah, that game was rigged. It's just a warm up game. Everybody knows that.
Right.
That version sucks.
That version's amazing.
No, it's not. It takes too long, and it's just waiting on one person to make all the shots. Dog, are you gonna go? Are you gonna sit there telling us about stupid harem stories? This version sucks. Are you excited for the World Cup? Yes or no?
Soccer.
It's just hockey with grass.
I know. I mean, basically the harem line times.
Incorrect. It's not over the line. It's just in the goal, and everybody knows that.
Yeah. So the term the goal line just means nothing. Yeah. You're right.
Nobody
Yep.
calls it the goal line. They call it the goal.
Everyone.
No, that's a football term. Do you ever hear when the guy in fucking South America, he never says goal line. He says goal.
Everybody knows that, dog.
That's not what I was saying. If it crosses the goal line, that the goal line, you can Google it. Everyone knows it.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't
just
have
not
to Google it.
heavily
It's just
referenced.
basic information. But the line that separates the non-goal from the goal is called the goal line.
And you know what? That's a cool story.
So this is story. Oh my
What
God.
did you think of your shot, dog?
Absolutely degenerate nonsense. The only way you're gonna be done with distracting with BS. Still won't work. Too much.
Dog, what is that fucking smiley face? You notice I don't do that because I'm a respectful player. So are throwing a bunch of clams at somebody, and I don't do that, or I could. Fuck you, dog.
Basically, talking backs absolutely garbage. Saying that goal line isn't a real word.
You're done. You're done. It's over. You can't hit this shot. Actually, it's really easy. But you can't get these shots. These are hard. One of them's hard. Are you proud of that shot? Are you proud of that shot? No way. What are your thoughts that Zoot thinks I'm a better mini golf player than you are?
I don't know what universe you live in, but clearly not Earth or whatever our universe is
It's called the universe, dog.
called. There's multiple names for the universe. By the way, lost two in a row.
Rigged. I know it's rigged. You know it's rigged. Everyone knows it's rigged. Did you know it's rigged?
Play,
Hold on. Hold on. Have you eaten? All right. Well, I haven't. So I'm going to eat something in a second, perhaps. Dog, I was focused on food and nutrition. Okay, so are you ready to listen to the fighter and the kid lore?
no, no,
Why would you say Why would you say no?
I deserve that.
Why don't you think you deserve it? I'll wait.
I mean,
Oh, do you think at Guantanamo Bay when they're like punishing the poor people who are referenced as terrorists, that they just play the fighter and the game? They're like, they're just screaming. They're like, look, we had nothing to do with this fucking attack, but we'll take all the credit. Just stop sending us any content from Thick Boy Production.
uh-huh.
All right,
Yeah.
all right, all right, you stay right there, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. I gotta take a whiz, and I'm gonna get my salad.
All right, double G.
All right, so what did you think of Backrooms? Yes, good, bad, and different. Did you watch it in 3D?
Um, no, I watched it on like, like the Michael recording. I was some guy in like a movie theater with his phone.
Yeah.
So it was like that. And there
Bootleg.
were people coughing, and like one point, like these two Asian people just like watched the camera, like wait to be. But not the greatest. But yeah, there are some things that I just didn't think were I don't like in the first half. That was cool. The rest of it,
How did you know they were Asian?
I can tell
How can you tell?
there was enough lighting, and even the aura. So,
What is Asian aura?
um, like their patterns on their position, their body's energy.
All right. Here's my question to you. Did you ever see the movie Cloverfield? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I haven't, but I know it's found footage style.
That's correct. Did you ever see Blair Witch Project? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I haven't seen that one, but I was watching like one of the scary. Like, it actually, one thing in Blair Witch Project at the end of the movie, when they're like in that house or whatever,
I haven't seen it.
there
I haven't seen it.
are okay. Well, there's like this house at the end, and this isn't spoil it at all. I guess it's spoiled this one detail. Like there are like so many bloody handprints on the wall of like place where it looks so like not realistic at all. Like it looked like an art class of like kindergarten where everyone dumped their like hands in red paint. Like there were just like so many bloody handprints all over the wall. Where I'm like, okay, that's not at all how anything works in real life in a situation where there's like some murderer guy and you're bleeding so much blood enough to the point where it's covering your hand, to the point where you can make a handprint of blood, and you do it. It's like the same. Like most of them are right hand. Like there are just so many bloody handprints on the wall where I was like, okay, you went a little bit overboard there. Aside from that, though,
Hey, here's my question for you. You're a muralist, right?
I will be soon.
I know, but I consider you a muralist. Do you think that you can evaluate good murals?
I'm unfortunately it's kind of a little bit subjective, so I can't say that I am the absolute truth. What a good mural is. Everyone has their preferred taste. Some things I look at are just I find terrible, and then the person on Instagram has like 175,000 people following that. Like, okay,
Why should
that's
that
cool.
even matter, though? They just buy that.
Well, you can't buy the authentic engagement that comes with it.
Sure, you can.
Well, you can't just assume that everyone is just paid for false engagement and false followers.
I can believe whatever I want to
If you go
believe.
to the accounts, you go to the comments, and they're clearly real accounts, not like bot accounts. I don't know.
Okay, I want your opinion on a mural. Would you give it to me if I told you where you could view it? And I'm very serious about this.
Sure.
All right. The website is reddit.com/r/THEFIGHTER.
You got it.
Reddit, REDDIT.
Yeah, no, I got that.
THE.
THE?
Like the.
Okay.
FI.
Swear to God it's later.
I don't swear to that. I don't do that. But no. Okay, so it is the Fighter and the Kid subreddit. It's the 5th post down. They just got a mural, and I want to know what you think about it. They just got a mural. I'm not kidding. I really want you.
You
Please. No. Please tell me what you think of it. Oh, newest, and it's the 5th thing down.
Is the caption I can alt?
Atrocious. Yeah, exactly.
Where is this?
It's a fighter in the
Is
kids.
it complete?
Oh yeah, it's done.
The pain of this.
They hired. They didn't hire someone. They told someone that they could get exposure if they did this. Some kid from Dallas.
Looks like the sketch, this little basement. There's like lights, ceiling insulation.
It's
This
actually.
can't be a backdrop. But
Oh yes, it is. Do you want to? If you want to see the one that he has two of them. So that's the top. That's upstairs, and then downstairs you can see. Um, just scroll down and look at any of them with the one behind them that says breakdown.
right in like the
No, if you if you scroll just on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, you'll see like clips of him, and they just say breakdown behind him.
That is harder. Flowers or something.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It looks like the same person who did that did the upstairs one. So, you wanted to know where is this? So, it is at a storage unit in um, Austin, Texas, and they were in a storage unit that allowed for vehicles, and they had Brendan Child had like 4 or 5 vehicles there, but he had to sell them all because his podcast is failing. They,
They start tomorrow.
yeah, so yeah, those are only
700 horsepower is not exciting.
those are only exotics that suck the mod. So then they changed studios, and now they're in a different studio, and that one has an upstairs and a downstairs. And the upstairs is where you saw that mural with the Longhorn or whatever, with the windows and the pipes and stuff. And the downstairs has the one with the red that says breakdown. What are your thoughts? What do you think of the mural? I mean it. What do you think of it?
It's nothing to write home about. Right. Just kind of dull, kind of boring. Not, nothing attention grabbing. I give it like a 5, 4 or 5.
Okay. Well, I think that the person who did it did a great job because they didn't get paid for it probably, and they
No, that makes it worse. That makes it worse. They got an exposure podcast. It's worth nothing. It seems like they kind of needed the experience anyway.
I agree. They're young. I think the kid's like 18 years old. He drove all the way from Dallas, which is like 3 hours away, and of course had to use all his own equipment and stuff. And he had to do it on their. Oh no, they didn't give him any money for this, no doubt. They didn't give him any money. The best they did was he got to wave on the show. He got to wave. Um, he just got to wave at the on camera, but they never even said his name. They weren't like, "Hey, you can." No, it was not. Normally they would be like, normally, like, if I did something for you, be like, hey, this is Rabbi. You can check him out at Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com, Rabbi Rothschild, if you have a mural that you want done, right? That's a proper shout out. This is just, here's the guy who did it. There he is. He's waving. There we go. Yeah, back to the thing. And I think he had to go there twice. So that's 12 hours worth of driving. 3 hours there, 3 hours back, and he had to do it twice. And he had to use all his own paint. And frankly, I think he did a phenomenal job on the just the whole thing, not getting paid to do it. And he's a young person, and it doesn't look that bad. Like, his eagle looks like an eagle. His um, the bull looks like a bull. Like, the fire in the back, people were mocking, saying it looked like a volcano. But fire's kind of hard. I'm not saying it's impossible, but not always that easy to do. The neon, the fighter and the kid, whatever, that looks okay. I just think that he did an okay job for being, 18, 19 years old, and basically um, had to do this all. And I'm sure he didn't get paid to do it. They just said, look, you can do it. We have a huge podcast, and you can tell all your friends that you did the background on this. But they never named his name, because if they did, I would have been on his Instagram immediately, and so would have 200,000 people in that subreddit. So they never named any of that stuff. And when they did it, no, he would have gotten hundreds of people saying, "Why the fuck did you do something for Brendan Schaub? It's the dumbest career move you could have ever wanted. This guy sucks. We're sure he didn't pay you." Um, like, they would have been like, he would have become a character in the Brendan Schaub universe, but he didn't get any of that. And as a muralist, I would think, like, you would have an opinion, and you gave it, and I agree with you. I mean, it could have been worse. Uh, Now, if you're like, what's up with the pipes and stuff? The the podcast is done in a storage unit, and it's the only podcast I know that is done in a storage unit. All other podcasts are done in, like, a studio. But Brendan Schaub doesn't want to pay for studio time because he's cheap, and he would rather have shitty audio and shitty quality, and just, as he says, I just go. And he just goes. He just does his own thing. And I think that that's just how he is. So,
How is he able to? He can't afford them anymore, but he was driving Ferrari. How did he get so much money?
well, so he did the UFC, and he made several $100,000 doing that. Not a lot in comparison to, like, what a boxer gets or an NFL guy. But then he was the first athlete, he says, to have a podcast with Brian Callen. He was, like, the first podcast athlete, and they had a contract with Fox because podcasts were still new, and they were riding Joe Rogan's coattails. So they had this podcast on Fox, and I I don't know exactly where it was. It wasn't on, like, television, but it was, like, on, maybe you could get it online on Fox or whatever. And they started making some big money there. Well, then Fox said to them, allegedly, I don't know, you can't really trust anything this guy says, but Fox said to them, we want half of the money that's coming in for sponsors and stuff, because you're using our studio, and we're the ones who are um, we're the ones who are producing it, and we are the ones who are distributing it. And uh, Brendan Schaub is like, say less. We're gonna go do our own thing, and they're like, okay, but basically, because that would have meant that Brendan Schaub would have had to take 25% of this podcast because Brian Callen would have gotten 25%, Brendan Schaub would have gotten 25%, and um, Fox would have taken 50%. And so they're like, we're going to do this on our own, just like Joe Rogan. So they do it like Joe, and they put it on YouTube, and it gets each episode they put out, each one gets 1 million views, huge numbers, and it's a very popular show. I never watched it, but it was a very popular show apparently. And they get everyone from Joe Rogan to be on versions of it, to 50 Cent, to Conor McGregor, to like it would get like more and more they get Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis and Jelly Roll and um,
Chris
yeah, that all comes in later. But yeah, all that. And but they went from oh yeah, all that. But they went from 1 million people. Hey, what up, Jayski? How you living, big dog? Jayski, you got to do me a favor, my man. Can you send Miss Aquarius a message when you can, when you have time, and just let her know all is good with you?
Yeah, my sometimes I just so they would I do that like harassment stuff. But, yeah, um, yeah. I just yeah.
Just
I hop off of here.
I know,
I'll monitor it. Yeah.
I
I'll
know,
try to.
and I get how it is between you and me. We're cool, and you do your thing. You know you're always welcome here. But she was worried because she's like, I can't message him, and I want a way to be able to communicate with him. And she's like, whenever I try to send him a message, it like rejects me. And she's your friend, and she just wanted a way to connect with you. So if you can, just be like, hey, tell her what's up. But between us, you and I are cool. All good in your world?
Oh yeah, busy and I'm in another post, a lot of drama stuff. So like I have but like fortunately that I showed I don't know how they're doing this. They managed to like log me out my account, sign in, like press whatever, but it's still possible. So I don't want like like have I have like certain friends or whatever. So I have unfortunately I have to like disable my account and do other stuff. I'll try to message her, but I'll let her know not to probably her second time telling me that. No, not like I'll be on here just sometimes on and off. But yeah, I'll definitely I'm
Excellent.
again. I'll
Yeah.
let her know because I do see her in another sometimes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. She's like, I'm trying to accept his friend request, but I can't, and I can't send him a message, and it's frustrating because how am I supposed to be friends with this person if I can't message them? Basically, I understand, and I told her,
Yeah,
everybody has their own thing that they do. Um, and now that you explain why you disable your account, okay, that's fine. That's not a normal thing that we had known people to do. Normally, somebody's just like, I'm gonna log out of my account or whatever, and not worry about it. But I understand if you have people who are trying to get in, you should know.
well,
You should know. I just love having you here, so you should know this is always your
yeah, yeah,
home. And but yeah, okay. Well, just shoot her a message when you
yeah,
have time, and yeah, I'm glad you're here. Okay.
yeah. Another thing that I do, I have like two different lines. If I do the server, I can literally max delete all my comments. Another reason why I do certain servers I go to is kind of petty. So people like if your comments, which I haven't dealt with this in a while, but if your comments are like inappropriate or just regular, they can report it. And sometimes, unfortunately, Discord's their moderation will like they'll literally disable your account for like don't be like saying that for whatever. I don't have to deal with that, but like I've been on Discord literally since it came out in 2015.
Right.
It's like I've seen enough on here where I just try to be careful because sometimes a lot of people
I get you.
I try to I just try to be careful. So that's why my account I just found it.
You're
But
good, big
I'll
guy.
definitely add her. I'm just like all over the place. I have to explain like so many asked me what you and I was like long story, but yeah. Sorry about that. I will definitely let her
We're
know.
good. You and I are good, so no worries. You do what you need to do, my man. You know you're always welcome here.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, take care, JC. Back to Riser. Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, so every time these guys would put out a podcast, they would get 1 million people who would view it, and they put out 2 podcasts a week. You can imagine that's a lot of money, and uh, they would just rake it in the money. On top of that, Brian Callen was an actor, and he was on uh, the Goldbergs, and then got his own spinoff, Schooled, and he was bringing in $75,000 an episode. He was netting like $40,000. He made like $880,000. Bought a house in Santa Monica, living the good life. But they were both cheating on their wife, and that's not cool in my opinion. And I just don't like it. And
Brennan Schaub.
oh yeah, and his is on camera. Um, basically not cheating on his wife, not like making out with some chick or fucking some chick, but like giving his number to some chick. And then he had other girls who would talk about it, and oh yeah, both of them. And look, they kind of saw it as the rock star lifestyle. Like, um, they're traveling around the United States, and in every city they go in, if you go up and you're the main attraction, and people are paying to see you, they're gonna be 10 or 15 chicks afterward who you could rail. And especially they have a 2 drink minimum, so they're already all liquored up. And you've got a hotel room it's just like,
What the fuck is a 2 drink minimum? They require you to be drinking.
yeah, dog, you've never been to a comedy club?
I've seen comedy or how do you how does that like does that mean like included in your price of the ticket is 2 drinks or some shit?
No, you buy the ticket, and then you go to the show, and then you have to buy 2 additional drinks. So that ensures that the venue makes a good amount of money. So that means
Who's keeping track if you buy the drink?
your server does.
They're gonna force you to spend money.
Yeah,
Already to watch
you're so you can just say I want water, and they're not gonna force it on you. But if anything,
Okay.
if anything, if any,
Tap water.
yeah, if anything though, um, they can kick you out for that. They can say there's a 2 drink minimum, and you're not allowed to see the show. It's included in that. I saw,
Water is a drink though.
yeah, but it's really considered an alcoholic drink. Um, I
That's crazy.
yeah, I I saw. Do you know who Dave Rubin is?
Never heard of them.
Dave Rubin is like this political commentator, who I saw at the Irvine Improv in like 2019 or something with a friend.
There's a singer on America's Got Talent one year who won, and his name was Ruben.
Ruben stuttered. He got second to um that Justin Guarini, some shit. No, Justin got second. No, Justin got second to Kelly Clarkson. No, Ruben stuttered. Yeah, I know who he is. The big dude. Anyway, not that guy. A political commentator, and this was not a stand-up show, but it was at the Irvine Improv, and they even required a 2 drink minimum at that. So this wasn't stand up. This was like a guy who was talking about politics. And this was before Patreon was a thing. And he was like, there's this thing coming out and it's going to change politics. It's going to change influencers. And it's known as Patreon. That's where I learned about Patreon. And he's like, I can't go into too much, but it's really going to affect like how people get compensated for stuff. Anyway, so 2 drink.
I've never used Facebook, I'll be honest.
Well,
I
yeah.
haven't even been to the website.
Okay. Well, that's where I learned about it, and I can tell you that they even at the Irvine Improv enforce 2 drink minimum for like just a speaker. So it's not just for stand-up comedy, but it's um more common in stand-up comedy. And the reason why they do this is because it makes their ticket lower and it makes the crowd much looser, so they laugh more. And there's always like an argument too. Like some people who it depends on the comedian, but I hear all these comedians like what they talk about. Some of them say, I want 100% of the door, and I want 50% of the bar. And what does that mean? That means all the money that would come in for the tickets, the the stand-up comedian wants that, and they want 50% of whatever the bar makes at the end of the night. And some people say it's 50% of the door, 50% of the bar. Some people it's just 50% of the bar. It just depends on the comedian or whatever. Um, but um, the 2 drink minimum thing, um, everybody in the crowd generally has 2 drinks in them, and the drinks are are like more expensive than just the normal drink. So because they know that like that you're gonna have to pay for that. So I don't know.
What, like $10 each?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, I want to say that something like that. I think Irvine Improv. I had 2 whiskeys or something like that, and it was uh each was $10 something, and I did not drive. I took an Uber, and like uh, it was it was an interesting night. Anyway, the 2 drink minimum is has become a standard in stand-up comedy clubs for 50 years. And it's a way for the club to make more money, and it's a way for people to not just go there and sit on their hands and not be loose and bubbly. They want a crowd that's loose and drunk, not too drunk, because that becomes an issue with hecklers, but just right. And then people are going to be buying food and all kinds of other shit. It's basically like so they're not just there for the concert, they're there for the meal and the concert, or the drinks and the concert, whatever. Anyway, so you'd have Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub. They go to these cities, and they're gonna have like a dozen women or so afterward who will easily spread their legs just to say they've been with this person. And this is like these guys are going to like Middle America where nobody else is going. It's not like you're gonna get the Rolling Stones there. It's like they're minor celebrities, but when they're there, they're treated like big celebrities. And there's just this list of chicks who these guys were hooking up with, and they would later come out and talk about it. And um, the ones with Brendan Schaub, they never said that they were forced. This was forced on them. But then Brendan Schaub would get in trouble for like asking young comics at the comedy store to like basically hook up. And I mean, he would just put his name out there, put his number out there. So, dude, there's this fucking, you know who Mike Tyson is, right?
yeah.
All right, so Mike Tyson had the Super Bowl party, and Brendan Schaub was one of the guests who was commentating on it. And Brendan Schaub was talking so much shit that, that I mean, you can. This it's so funny to know like Mike Tyson is like almost like an icon of Americana, American sports, and Brendan Schaub are like they know each other and they have a bunch of videos together because they're in this fighting world. And and Brendan Schaub got really drunk at uh Mike Tyson's Super Bowl party, and this is all on camera, and pissed Mike Tyson off so much that Mike Tyson went in front of Brendan Schaub, put his foot on the coffee table in front of Brendan Schaub, took Brendan Schaub's watermelon and just started eating it, just to intimidate him. And Brendan Schaub just didn't want to look at him because he knows Mike Tyson could beat the shit out of him. And they have some really funny videos together, Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson. Anyway, at this Super Bowl party, uh, there was like a zoom out because when I say zoom out, like there was a big crowd there, and one of the people from uh, the Fighter and the Kids subreddit was watching Brendan Schaub in this big gout, and this became very controversial because then Brendan Schaub because the creator who saw this put this on his YouTube channel, and Brendan Schaub sued him over it, and they're still involved in a lawsuit like 3 years later over was this allowed to be put on the internet and some other bullshit. Anyway, um, so Brendan Schaub, Brian Callen, they were making, I'd say like $1 million each from their podcast, and then Brendan Schaub, I think, was making a little more than $1 million, probably after taxes, net $800,000. So maybe he's making like between 1.8 and $2 million a year, something like that. And then he had merchandise and all kinds of other shit. Brian Callen probably making a little more than that because he also was doing the acting part of it. And these guys just didn't have a care in the world. And they were friends with Joe Rogan. Whenever they wanted to promote something, Joe Rogan would have them on. They basically said to Joe Rogan, look, if you ever have a guest who cancels on you, call us. We'll be there in 10 minutes and we can do the podcast. So Joe's like, okay, cool. So that's why they were on the podcast as much as they were, because whenever there was a cancellation, these were like the fill-in guys. And Brendan Schaub basically was didn't think that the money was ever going to end. So he was buying Ferraris, he was buying Porsches, and he was buying Lamborghinis, and figuring like he's going to be a mogul. He's going to be like this giant, like Howard Stern like guy. He was going to have a network. He was going to be like a mini Joe Rogan, and that that started to turn when he uh, when really the big thing was the Brian Callen accusations, and when that was published in the Los Angeles Times, that Brian Callen had raped 3 women, the uh, they wanted Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub. They're like they say they're ride or die or whatever, and they're like, we're gonna keep doing the podcast. And basically, all of the advertisers for their podcast said, look, we aren't gonna advertise with you anymore if you keep having Brian Callen on the show. He needs to take a break for 6 months or a year or something like that. So Brendan Schaub, you can do the podcast, but Brian Callen can't be on it. So Brian Callen goes into hiding or whatever, and Brendan Schaub then is doing the podcast, and he brings in like 2 more sidekicks, so to speak. He was paying Brian Callen at the time $15,000 a month, and he was paying the other 2 guys like $3,000 a month. And the other 2 guys are like, wait, let's get this straight. Like, you're still like we may not be having like the heyday of what it once was, where you guys were making huge amounts of money, but you're still making really good money here, and we're um, we're we're not getting compensated in the same way. And Brendan Schaub basically was like, all right, so here's the deal. Like, if you want to continue doing the show or whatever, you guys have to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. And one of the guys signed it, and the other guy's like, I'm not going to sign your fucking document. Like, that's just not cool. Like, you're controlling what I want to say, and I don't like that. And they're like, this is Brendan Schaub was like, say less. You're done. and then cut him. And that guy would go on to like open for Dave Chappelle and some other people. His name is Chappelle Lacey, I think is his name. There might be another guy, or I might be mixing them up, but um, basically, like it was, uh, it was kind of a, I don't want to say a done deal, but um, it was, uh, it was a dying podcast then. They should have ended the podcast, but they just saw it as a cash cow. And then from there, Brian Callen came back, and they're like, "Okay, we're back. We're gonna change the studio and have it be like have a fresh look and everything." And the the Fire the Kid subreddit started growing because it was like all these people who were like, "Look, this guy was accused of rape. He got sued. He sued. Like basically, um, this is not a good guy. This isn't somebody who should have a platform. And we understand we can't deplatform him, but we can start to make fun of him and this other and Brendan Shaw because this guy's just a doofus." So they end up going from, like I said, back in the day, 1 million people watching every episode that they do to it going down to 900,000, 800,000, 700,000, 600,000, 500,000, 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, and then 50,000, and now they can't get more than 40,000 people to watch their podcast over the course um of a week or per episode, I should say, and they do 2 episodes, so it's on its last leg. But you got to see the mural of it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for the whatever that was for the last 5 minutes.
You're welcome, my friend.
Even though I probably heard all of that.
You asked the question, so I answered it. Just for a moment. I gotta adjust my device. I heard that. The Fight and the Kids. What can I say? Grade A brain rot.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't think you have the balls. In fact, I have like a 99% chance evaluation that you don't have the balls. But um, if you want to lose in chess, I will do it this time. Except I'll actually try a little bit.
No. Dude, I've beaten you the last 2 times we've played chess, and I
Oh, come on.
I don't need to beat you any. I mean, I beat you the last 2 times we've played.
No. The last time did not count because
How didn't it
I
count?
didn't know we were spending 15 minutes each move to go down a decision tree of the chess computer.
Doug, you have to recognize that I have a lot of distractions. I have devices that go down. I have people that come in here. Literally, whenever I'm playing, I have 3 different devices that are making noise. I have a radio going. I have a podcast. Yeah, but even that is distracting.
Okay, so you summarize, you do not have the balls. Got it.
I've had the balls and I've beaten you. What more do I have to accomplish? What is it? What's in it for me? What's in it for me?
Files.
What's in it for me?
Why can't you do that?
Because it's just not fulfilling. Look, I'm gonna be honest. One day, one day, one day, when I am extremely viral, I will fly you to Washington Park, and we will play with all those guys, and we'll play real um chess. Even with all the fucking distractions that they have there, the honking and the sirens and all that other bullshit. But for now, chess takes a lot out of me. It really does. It causes me, like, when I go to bed, I think about the moves that I could have played, and I just have no, like, it would be one thing if I'd never beaten you. I'd be like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. But you're not a challenge. I've beaten you. Now, if you want to play reverse, what about reversing? What about reversing?
I mean, if you want to play chess first and then reverse,
No,
sure.
absolutely not.
Or,
Doug,
the reverse is go, but like literally just go.
you know, I heard a name about Go that I think is really interesting. You want to play Go?
No, I don't. I'm not good. I don't know.
They say about Go, they say it takes, it's very, hold on, what do they say? It takes moments to learn, but a lifetime to master. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. Kind of a little bit.
I think it's kind of deep as well. You know, from whom I learned that, I believe, I think it was Russell Peters. Do you know in the future, aside from you, um, I think that Russell Peters may be one of the most famous Canadians of all time.
I mean, he is pretty famous
Not,
already.
not in the United States, but like when you think of the biggest comics, when you, all that is true, right? But when you think of the United States, or when you think of the biggest comics in the world, you say Chappelle, Shane Gillis, Joe Rogan. Oh, for sure, dog. Dude, he just hosted the Kevin Hart.
They're saying Matt Rife before you're saying Shane Gillis.
I include Matt Rife in this.
Probably not even.
You don't think Shane Gillis is in the top?
Ari Shaffir is above Shane Gillis. Kay is above and Jeffrey is above Shane Gillis. So many people are above Shane Gillis.
Okay. Shane Gillis is arguably the hottest stand-up comedian in the United States right now. Dog, I'm gonna look at this.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna find all the data that I. He has 2.7 million followers on Instagram.
Dog, that's not the data that you need, dog.
That's enough data.
No,
He's popular.
no, you can't say that. You because all those people bought themselves, and um, and Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub both have 1 million people on there. So come on, man. If you're gonna give that, you can't do that.
Okay. Real
Okay, so there's a perfect example. Russell Peters is a bigger comedian than that shows. Yeah, he's a bigger comedian than that.
bigger comedian than Shane Gillis.
Globally, yeah. You know who we never talk about? Who is the #1 grossing comedy tour of last year? Nate Bargatze.
My God.
Nate Bargatze, he's #1. No, Nate Bargatze. Yeah, he's a clean comic. He's the #1. He has the #1 tour. Matt Rife is 6. Okay, so
Never even heard of this guy.
I know. I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, I don't know how he's so big. I don't know how he's so big, and I can't tell you a single joke that he knows. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like. I
He looks
could.
like this other guy.
Oh, maybe it's Bargatze.
Like it's Bargatze.
Yeah, but it says on
He
Wikipedia.
looks like Nick Trouble, I feel like.
Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, but he's a clean comic, which is like his big appeal. Oh, he's an anti-zoo.
I find really funny.
Did you ever watch?
Even though I don't really think I've seen his stand-up.
I haven't either. Did you ever see Parks and Recreation?
I didn't see his like this part.
Did you ever see The League?
No.
Right, well, he's in both.
Also in
Yeah, nobody knows. Dog, why isn't there just like one fucking list of for stand-up comedy? Like the top 19. Nobody gives a shit about the top 19.
I was the top
Right, well, I can't find it. You like Sebastian Maniscalco?
not particularly, but like and, Nick DiPaolo, I think. Sebastian, he's like very like I forget where he's from, but a lot of that.
From
So he has like this crazy accent.
yeah, he's from Italy. Like his father's Italian, or his family's Italian,
Oh, okay.
but he's from I think like North Chicago.
Like,
Okay, well here's my question for you. Let's get to something that's of importance. It should be in your life. You should be in mourning for William Montgomery. William Montgomery, when he
not going anywhere.
Doug, I understand you don't think he's going anywhere. I'm teaching you William Montgomery history. This is your culture. Okay? Do you understand? William Montgomery, in his first appearance on Kill Tony, episode like 285 or something, whatever. And he says that he's been going to the store 3 times or for the last 3 months, and um and oh, Tony's like, I met this guy, and he's a wild guy. Like, I don't know what to make of him. But we just pulled his name, William Montgomery. He comes up and he's like, he does those bits that are really really funny, and then he goes up like 2 or 3 more times. Then he's in the band one time on an episode with uh, I forget who was on it, but um it was yeah. Anyway, and then what I'm getting to is why he was made a regular. And I had seen this, but I didn't like recognize it. They had this guy. I doubt you know who this person is because you don't watch the show. I don't mean that to be like a dig at you. I'm just saying, like, I understand if you don't know who this is. Do you know who, um, uh, his last name's Hatchet. Um, someone. His name is Hatchet. Malcolm Hatchet. Do you know who Malcolm Hatchet is?
No.
Okay, if you don't. So
Did
Malcolm,
he get a golden?
no, he was a regular. He was the first male regular ever on Kill Tony. He's not only the first male regular, first African American regular, and he was a homeless guy, and he was hilarious. Like, to this day, I've seen every Kill Tony. He's the funniest person ever to be on Kill Tony in terms of uh, the quality of their performances. He he would come on and he would just be naturally very funny. And I'm not the only person who thought he was funny. He got an agent like within the first month of doing Kill Tony. People just were like blown away by this guy. And he started doing tours and all kinds of stuff. And he was 24 years old. And you're like, I'm sure, like, why haven't I ever heard of this guy? He was a really big deal. Yes, he was the next big thing. He was in video games. He was a voice in the Rick and Morty video game. He had gone to George Clooney's house. Like, can you imagine George Clooney's like having a party and you've got like a homeless guy there? Basically, Malcolm was from Winston Salem, North Carolina. He drove out to do comedy. Everybody told him he was funny, and he had done comedy in North Carolina, but it doesn't have that big of a scene. And he was living in his car at like a Planet Fitness, and all his stand up is like homeless it's not only homeless, but it's like a lot of it is really funny, but like just simple things about like being homeless, and they're really really funny, and everybody thought they were funny, and he was it. He could have been like Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, like way bigger than Cam Patterson. He was the future, and he after performing like 3 or 4 times, they have him. They're like, "We want you to be a regular." He does 10 in a row, 10 Kill Tonys in a row, and Red Band said, "I've never seen anybody ever go 10 for 10. Everybody always has an off night, and we're all just waiting for you to have an off night, and you don't. Every single time, you fucking kill." And like that's the highest compliment. Like to get to kill an open mic 10 out of 10 times is unprecedented. And everybody just thought this guy was fucking shit. And I would tell you the same thing. This guy was fucking funny. And I'd love to tell you this has a great ending, but it does not.
What happened?
So, and I was just watching these episodes, like right before you came in. So, basically, uh, Malcolm gets an agent at a big fucking. This isn't a small agent. They didn't say who it was, but it was like William Morris Endeavor or CAA is one of the big guys, and they're gonna put him in like all kinds of shit. And he went home before the holidays. Uh, he had done maybe like I don't know. He had done 8 months worth of Kill Tony, and just every single one that he does. I don't want to say every single. He never had an off night. I've never known that for anybody on Kill Tony, just to not have an off night. They're always fucking funny. Their interviews are hilarious. Everything about him is funny, and they fucking loved him. And then he went back and I think just texted um, Tony that he was just going to do his own thing, and he like appreciated the opportunity, but he wasn't going to do the show anymore. And there are all kinds of theories why he did this that people got into his head, saying like Tony's making money off of you, and you're not making anything to do this show. But then again, like it's because of Tony has taken him on tour. Tony took him to like I want to say he took him like all over the East Coast and maybe parts of the Midwest or something. And they had even booked a show in Raleigh because they wanted to have be near his family so that they could see um, what Kill Tony was. And basically just texted him and said, "I'm going to just do my own thing." And you can tell that Tony's not happy about it. He didn't want to do that show. And you couldn't really, I mean, I don't know. He always seemed like he was in a fucking great mood. But he had like 2 episodes that he did where he did edibles, and even then he was funny as fuck. Uh, Even like they were saying like don't quit whatever you're doing. Like he was just riding high, and he, I think though he got it. He was gonna be in a movie or like the voice. Oh, he's a voiceover of a cartoon, and then he did a he was in a video game, and the guy who's the producer of or the guy who started Rick and Morty had him like living in his house because he didn't want him like living in his car, or at least could stay there sometimes or whatever. And and then like they did this like GoFundMe, the Kill Tony fans, which aren't nearly as big as they are now. They bought him a new car, and like he always had like new clothes and stuff, and um he was just a very personable person. But he went back, and nobody really knows exactly what happened, but uh, I mean, I've looked in all the forums I can about this guy, and he basically said that um, he was just not interested. It was almost like when Michael Jordan retired the first time. I'm not gonna. No. It's like, dude, you're on top of the world. Everybody fucking loves you. What are you talking about? And he's just like, I'm done. And uh, so it's in the same episode that they announced that Malcolm Patchett is no longer going to be a regular. That they offer William Montgomery the regular ship. So basically, William Montgomery became a regular because of this guy. They wouldn't have offered it to him, to William Montgomery, if this guy hadn't have quit. And this guy is funnier than William Montgomery. I mean, just naturally. Even though William Montgomery does the yelling and all that other shit, this guy was fucking hilarious. And um, so what happened to this guy? It's really, really sad. He ended up coming back to LA and uh, performing, doing some shows and stuff, but he didn't have Kill Tony anymore. And he got jumped, and some people broke his jaw, which meant he couldn't do stand up for like 6 months because he couldn't move his mouth. They wired his jaw shut, and they did some brain damage on him, or brain damage occurred, and he was never the same. He he wasn't ever funny again, and he ended up becoming homeless. I think he's homeless today, and it's a really sad story. Like, he went from being on the verge of greatness, of like being in really big shows, to nobody knows what happened. Like, there are some people who are like, yeah, there was like a sighting of him, and that he was just homeless on the street. And if you look at his Instagram, he hasn't posted anything in 3 years, and it's just a sad story. But um, and I would love for Kill Tony to like try to find him and bring him back or whatever. But the thing is, he lost. He's he people he after he had this brain damage after getting jumped, he was never the same. And um, but there are like 9 months worth of Kill Tony episodes where he is the funniest fucking person uh, on the show, head and shoulders, and he's not even trying. He's like talking about Sour Patch Kids and like just killing talking about Sour Patch Kids, and like it would be really simple stuff. This is my bit, but this is like something that he would say. He'd be like, "Yeah, that Sour Patch, I love that. I love that crystal that they have, that sugary stuff they put on Sour Patch Kids. Why can't they have that on a table like salt, pepper, Sour Patch? I want that. I want to put Sour Patch diamonds all over my food." Like, he would just come up with something simple like that, and people would just fucking die. And it's a sad story that but so like whatever happened to him, I think uh this was his thing. This was fucking hilarious. This is what he would do in his free time. He would do Kill Tony on Monday, and then he would line up a bunch of job interviews at like Carl's Jr. and McDonald's and Burger King and like, Pizza Hut. He'd line those up on those four every single day, like one each day, and he'd get hired at them all because they'd just hire anybody basically. They don't, but they would hire him, and he's personable and stuff. And then when he was there on Instagram, he would just quit on Instagram, live on Instagram, and try to get people's reactions. He'd be like, "Man, this place sucks," and then just leave, fucking just be like, "Man, your IHOP sucks," and then just leave. And that would get a whole bunch of traction on Instagram. And he would just do that like 4 or 5 days in a row or whatever until the next Kill Tony. And he was just on top of the world doing all kinds of shit like that. And it's sad. It's sad that Kill Tony isn't all fucking happiness. The first regular they ever had ended her life, and And like that kind of unrelated, yeah, but no. It was a lot of people think it was related. She and Red Band had hooked up or whatever, and um, basically, I don't want to say there was a bad breakup or anything like that because they weren't dating, but there's Red Band Weinsteined a lot of people basically on that show. He wouldn't necessarily say like, "Hey, uh, hook up with me and I'll let you on the show," but he would be like, "Hey, if you want to do the Ice House on Friday, we've got or Thursday or whatever." Uh, like he was like a way to, he was like a gatekeeper a little bit. Um, but yeah,
Oh, right,
yeah, and but for as much of a dirtbag as he puts himself out there to be in all this like super freaky shit, when the whole Me Too thing went down, he was not named in it. It's like people knew that's what he was, but it was not like they had like James Franco was named in that for going after underage people, and Weinstein and Brian Callen and Crystal, like person after person after person. The big person who everybody would expect would have been Red Band, and it was like nobody said he forced anything on them or that he drugged any of them or whatever. And so there's a lot of thought that like, I mean, yeah, he's like a dirty, nasty dude, but like maybe at his core he's not a terrible person. But the first person who was on Kill Tony, the first regular they had, her name was Sarah, and don't ask me to say her last name because it was really long. And she did a good job. She was like gaining traction, but then I think she suffered from depression, and um, she she no longer is with us. And so when the Kill Tony people are going through like all the people that they've made and who's become famous and things like that, there are not everybody has made it really. Not everybody has been a success story, and Sarah is one of those people, and Malcolm is another. And um, there was another post on the Kill Tony subreddit about William. Is he done? And you know, uh, they.
he's not done. That was fake. I don't know.
I'm
I
not.
don't believe that.
I'm not saying he's
It's
done.
not.
He's still a young person. He still has bills to pay. Cameo isn't gonna go for that long, but um, he is. He's got some mental issues, I think, or I don't want to say he's like
He
mental.
doesn't have mental.
Yeah, he does. I mean, just like depression. Like, I don't mean to say like he has some kind of diagnosis that we need to go deeply into. I don't mean that. I just mean I think he's.
Just being grieving over it. But
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But even still, it's been a month and a half, and he knows that he needs to do stand up be um to to be popular. Well, and then to end his show the way that he did.
one of like the Zoom fascinated. I think wanting to be like all funny and like a joke or
Um,
like murder or whatever.
I think about it a lot. If Zoo one day just didn't come, because he talks about it. He's like, if I stopped everything, let's just say, um, how would you ever know? And I said, then I don't think I would. It probably wouldn't be broadcast. An obituary usually is not published for something like that many times because the family doesn't want to give it a. Sometimes they want to give it publicity, but sometimes they don't. And I've said to him, I don't know if I ever would. I so I've run it through my mind a lot, far more than most anybody on this stream because he talks about it so much. And I think to myself that um, I thought like, how would I handle it? And I just would continue, not without thinking about him, and not also thinking. I really think that he's going to be like an Australian folk hero someday, but it would be very. Um, I would. I don't want to say it would be as painful as it would be if we knew each other in real life, because there's still, even for as close as I am with you, there's still like a barrier. The internet is still a barrier, and um, now like when I go viral and we get to meet and all those kinds of things, then that barrier is removed. But it's still like he is like a um almost, I don't know how to describe it more than like a character on a television show than he is someone I went to school with and I know, and I like would be able to study their mannerisms and see their like them with my eyes. Uh, it would so for Zoot. So would it be painful? I would be sad, but it's not like something that I feel like it would cause me huge amounts of. I would be sad, and I think I'd be sad for a long time, but I don't think I would be depressed over it because I would have like prepared myself for it. The closest person who I've lost on the stream is Music Biz Marty, and that was sad. I had spoken with him, and not nearly as long as Duke, but he was. I think you can say he was murdered. I think they charged his girlfriend with um, providing him some kind of fentanyl based cocaine. I think is what it went down as. And I attended his funeral virtually, and it was sad, but it was different. It was a different kind of loss. There's just a different kind of relationship you have with somebody when you actually meet them in real life and stuff. Um, versus, like when I met Apollo, he was just some dude who would like talk to me in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 but then to actually come and have him visit me, meet, and give him a tour and all the other things, like then it became more real, um, and he became more of a like we had more of a connection, I guess. Um, with Zoot, though, I think about it a lot and I prepare myself for it. And if one day he just didn't end up coming back, uh, I don't think that I would think that he would do that. I think that he's just kind of a flaky person, and then like 6 months down the line or 8 months down the line, he would come in, and I would have an expectation to see him. So like to your point where you're like, if you lost Zoot, would you be that sad? It's a different kind, as opposed to like my friends from my
a real life friend would be worse.
yes, exactly.
Internet friend.
I agree, but even though I spend more time with him, uh, I just see the kind of respect that he gives to me, and like I know he doesn't mean it, but it's like you just come in and leave, and come in and leave, and it's very selfish sometimes. Um, it's those
He
aren't
said goodbye today.
he did say goodbye to. Yeah, exactly. Just my real life friends wouldn't do that. My friends from my community wouldn't do that. My friends from school wouldn't do that. my friends from work wouldn't do that. They're just more um, more personable, more aware of their surroundings and such. But so it would be more like if I had lost a friend like William did, who I grew up with. What would I think? I'd be sad about it, and I'm not going to lie about it, but I wouldn't be in a deep depression. Um, I don't think. And um, I mean, like I talk about the guy a lot, but the owner of the startup, he and I were close. He was more of like a someone who employed me more
You
than a
guys
friend.
would have not been around each other if it wasn't hanging out.
That's true. That's true. Um, but I mean, fortunately, I've been able to avoid. I had one friend who died, um, and I'm still not over it. This kid, he's the one kid I ever knew. I know a lot of kids whose parents were doctors and lawyers, but I never knew anybody whose dad was a doctor and mom was a lawyer, and they were African American. I never knew anybody, and because why is that important? It's exactly what happens in the Cosby Show. The dad is a doctor, the mom is a lawyer, and they're like an affluent African American family, and that's just rare. And I knew this kid, and he always reminded me of Drake, like exactly like Drake. Um, he just was like really into fashion, really into hip hop and stuff, and um, he uh, he died. I think he was driving a Hummer. He was from Texas. He was from Houston, and he was driving a Hummer like the day. It's something like that. The day, um, like the first day of his senior year of college or something, and then he died, and and I remember talking to my other friends, like, and I still don't feel like that one is real. That one never uh sunk in. Like I guess it's like I'm in denial over it, but it's like, what happened? None of us really knew, and um, and that to me, I don't want to say I'm in like depression over it, but there's like a mourning in me that never got over that uh, he was gone, and uh, this kid had the fucking world by the ass. Could have he not only he's like the I know a lot of kids who have like really good starts and really great opportunities at university. And this kid got into every college he applied to with a full ride, and that includes Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Cornell, Brown, Dartmouth, everywhere, MIT, Caltech, Stanford, everywhere. And why? Because he was not only smart, not only had good grades and stuff, but um, he was a minority, and especially the upper echelon schools in the United States are bent over backwards. And he he was gone, and I think that kid would have been like in his own way, like it. In fact, I know his girlfriend. She is an influencer today. So uh, and like I like she and I follow each other on Instagram. I don't really follow that many people on Instagram. I don't pay attention to that, but she's like a big deal, and and I don't think like that was like her first love, and I don't know. We were just all in mourning over it, all of my friend group, and uh, that one still stays with me. But he certainly didn't die the way William Montgomery's friend died. So, but here's the thing, Riser. It's a lot easier to get past all that when you are on a national and internationally acclaimed show, and you have cameos to do to make $250,000 a month, and you were just in a movie that premiered, and you're like, you and I both know if William Montgomery put an hour of work into his routine a week, he would be, well, he certainly wouldn't be ending his podcast, and he would be like uh as big as like Red Band and Tony Hinchcliffe. Like Netflix would be looking at him to maybe do something. Like, right? Or am I wrong there? He was on the upswing, and then he just kind of sat on his thumb and hasn't done it. Or am I wrong?
Um, I haven't seen his recent performance, so I don't know. But I have seen some Kill Tony performances that have sucked or not been good.
He hasn't focused on his craft. And
He's never focused on.
yeah, but he couldn't keep getting away with that. Like he needed to, and I could be wrong here, but in my opinion, he needed to focus on coming up with 3 good jokes a week. One on current events, two on Red Band's mom or whatever.
One joke.
Yeah.
Just named a one joke to be really, really fun.
And um, he just, I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. Um,
I'm like a hater right now.
no, I'm not a hater. In fact, I'm a William Montgomery fan. Yeah. It's no, I am his number one. I'm the one teaching you more about how he got his regular shit.
I knew all that.
For like one episode, at least one episode.
Yeah.
In his first case of them when he was in the band, what name 2 movies that he mentions at length during that episode? I'll wait. He mentions Jumanji, except he calls it Jumanji, and La Bamba, the Richie Valens story. It's I remember the episode. It's with Whitney Cummings.
Been an old one.
Yeah, where he was. It's super old. And I don't want to sound like a hater of William Montgomery. I think he could have a huge career in the future. It's just he 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 just needed to make it through a little longer, and he gave up his podcast, and it's like he's giving up on. Well, he ended it. I know you're a denier, and you want to live your life like an ostrich with its head in the sand.
I'm not telling lies here. It's temporary break so you can mourn the loss of a buddy, find a sponsor. They'll be back.
And why did he reimburse everybody of their Patreon? Why did he cancel the Patreon? Okay, but why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? I mean, it's pretty easy for him to be like, "Hey, everybody, here I am at the McDonald's drive-thru, and I'm gonna order everything on the menu and see what they're gonna say." That would be very funny.
Because he needs a mental break.
Okay, but I mean, he's had one for like more than 2 months now, maybe, or something. I don't know.
The mental break professional instead of William Montgomery's brain that was the exact enough mental break time that a top comedian he can afford to take a vacation.
Yeah,
Now
but
that he wants to,
then why wouldn't then why wouldn't then why wouldn't he?
let me ask you this. Do you think William Montgomery wants to be taking a break from comedy?
Why wouldn't he just say then for the podcast, I need to work some things out. We're gonna find a sponsor and we'll be back. We're gonna take like a 2 month break or we're gonna take a 6 month break, but we'll be back. So this isn't the end, it's just the end for now. And why wouldn't he tell Tony Hinchcliffe, dude, I've been doing this basically every week for the last like 8 years and I just need some time off. I know we have a bunch of episodes banked for the summer so that we can take some time off. I'm going to take time off starting a little early and just say I'm on vacation or I'm taking some time off and you can say it's well deserved or whatever. I've been doing this for a long time. It doesn't have to be negative. And then in the fall, I'll be back to normal and we'll hit the ground running. And to the Patreon, he could say, look, I'm going to just put out, instead of having like all this behind the scenes and stuff, I'm just going to put out a one video a month and people would be absolutely fine with that. They love him. And then he doesn't have to get rid of everything. Instead, he's the one making it sound like it's done. I'm not the one. I'm just saying that I would have handled it differently. There are people who are saying that that Casey Rockett's leaving had a major impact on it. I don't think so. Uh, there's also the issue with Erica. He may be in mourning over that situation, which he doesn't mention at all. And I understand that's a private matter.
He did mention it on the podcast. No, that he did mention that he was going through a rough patch, but then he didn't
I knew that.
know that.
I knew that.
No, you did. You literally just said that he did not mention anything about it, mourning the loss of it.
Okay, did he mention anything about Casey Rocket?
Yeah, so that Casey Rocket, he hopes he'll come back and be healthy and just a little break.
Why wouldn't William Montgomery say the same thing?
Did he say that he wasn't taking a break?
He
Did
ended.
he ever at one point formally? Well, he said this is the last episode, but he did say that it's because of sponsorship.
Why wouldn't he just continue to do the podcast without a sponsor?
Because it costs him like $1,600 every time.
That's incorrect. A studio in Austin. I know this very well because they talk about it all the time in on the Fight in the Kids subreddit is between $50 and $150 per hour. So his show is like an hour and a half or whatever. So maybe $300 max. That's it. He gets $300 almost. He has to do
Plus grand.
no. Usually that includes the producer. It's called white glove treatment. and it's not guaranteed. But he wouldn't necessarily need Grant. Grant doesn't fucking add anything. In fact, in my opinion, Grant is kind of a corrupt individual. But I don't know him that well or whatever. But I do think that for $300 a month or $300 a week or per session, so a week, William Montgomery could easily have everything with his podcast. And you and I both know the way that William Montgomery does that podcast is not the way we want him to do it. We want him to fucking do it in a bathtub or whatever. You know how it is. Like, we don't give a shit where he has that podcast. He doesn't need to have a green screen or whatever behind him. And, like, whenever somebody mentions the word Starburst, a picture of Starburst, or whenever anybody mentions the name Shoots and Ladders, a picture of Shoots and Ladders, nobody cares about that. Um, they just care about having a week or an hour with or hour and a half or so with William Montgomery per week. That's all anybody cares about. So William Montgomery could seriously from his bedroom do a podcast, or from his kitchen table do a podcast, or from the park do a podcast, and everybody would be fine with that. Everybody. He did not need a sponsor. I feel like the sponsor aspect of it was just helped to deflate him into. No, it's deflating. Like, he had his friend die, then well, he had Casey Rocket leave, then the breakup with Erica, then his friend died, then it was just another thing. It was deflating. And then he had the thing with he bombed at that one guy at that show, and he got some hate online for the first time, which I'm not in a disagreement with you. I think that was perhaps good for his career because more people found out about who he was. But I've heard, and I could be wrong, I don't know this for a fact, but I heard that he was moving closer to. Whether that's true or not, you tell me. Maybe he just comes back once a week to do coaching. You think it's a good idea that he moves to Tennessee?
Well, then you'd be far away from the coast.
Right. I mean, he has like the
I just, as a William Montgomery fan, I don't believe that he's not going to stand up, build something podcast. I just see that.
He's doing stand up. He just had to cancel some shows. The Kill Tony aspect of it, he lost his spot. So I don't.
He was an opener.
Yeah, but they kind of don't have room for him anymore.
He's the opener.
No, I mean, you can say that, and that's fine, but they kind of already have some. Like, he lost his closer spot to Pat O'Neill, who's very funny, and people really like. But everybody always likes everybody until they hate. Everybody hates Daedric Flynn, even though he can be funny. And then there's Ari Mahdi, who it's just become too big for the show. He's now selling out theaters around the United States, and they have like golden ticket winners and stuff. I don't know. I just know that the Kill Tony subreddit has a lot of questions for William. What's he doing? Why isn't he more vocal about things? I mean, he just has to perform for what 1 minute really, but like for 5 minutes a week, and he is a $100,000 heir, close to maybe a millionaire if he really tried. I don't know. One thing I don't think we've discussed with Kill Tony. So you know how they had the Netflix special? I think that Netflix did not renew their contract, and so they went to Fox now. So all of their advertising is going to be done through Fox, and Kill Tony gets to control where the show is shown. So it'll still be on YouTube, but uh, they won't have to organize any of their sponsors anymore. That's all going to be done through Fox. Did you read about this?
No.
So I don't know exactly what happened with um, Netflix, but on the most recent Kill Tony, either this one or the previous one, I think it was this one. He said, so I was just on Netflix for the roast of Kevin Hart, and I don't know what it is, but Netflix doesn't want us to say YouTube when we're doing those shows, and I think it's because they're competition or something. And he let something slip. He said something like, we have a Netflix agreement for the past 2 years or something like that, like almost like it was in the past. He had to make it seem like it was continuing. He changed his words a little bit. Um, and I thought those Netflix things would be giant, that that it would really make the show more mainstream, but for whatever reason, well, the reason is why you're not a fan, because they have too many non-funny people on it. And I get it. I think that gives the show charm when they have the non-funny people on, but especially for those Netflix shows, they would basically front end them or like stack them with people they knew were going to be funny, but um, none of them were like overwhelmingly funny. In fact, a lot of them they got booed, and they had to take all of that out. So I I don't know. I don't know what's going to go on with that show. I just know that it is something that I really very much enjoy, and I don't want to see it change too much. And with William Montgomery not being on the show, that changes it. With it, I don't know. I wish he'd come back to LA. I just think that Austin scene is kind of played out. They get the same people on there every single like week. It's it's just the same degenerate people. Not saying everybody on there is degenerate. They have some people. They had some girl on there this week. She has 600. I said this 600,000 people on Instagram. She's a lifeguard. She's from San Diego. But again, like she's from California. That's where that show should be. And a lot of people talk about uh, that the show belongs in LA. That's where it started. And that Austin. But I get with the idea of having it in Austin. The second that we have 2 weeks to um 2 weeks to whatever the fuck they said during COVID, 2 weeks to for grandma not to die or whatever their fucking excuse was, 2 weeks to kill the curve or whatever, and then she starts shutting down, then they have to go back to Austin um as like a um safety backup, and they don't want to do that. They have houses. Red Band bought a house in Pflugerville, and which is in near Austin, and Tony uh, Tony Hinchcliffe. Aside from the people involved with the University of Texas football team, like Arch Manning and those guys, Steve Sarkisian, and Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe is like the a top five most popular person in that city. He's not that in LA. He's not a top 100 person. So he's basically a big fish in a small pond. And I think he likes that. He's got a girlfriend and he's happy with her. Did you know that he was married before?
Well, LA is like the hub of like every single place.
and New York, and New York. Yeah,
No, LA more than New York.
yeah. I mean, we have the movie industry. Not that New York doesn't, but um, New York is a more desired destination in terms of an international. Like in
Would you rather live in LA or New York?
LA all day long. That's why I live in LA. The LA has everything that New York has, plus the sun.
And yeah, have you ever considered moving to anywhere else or thought about moving to anywhere else,
Well,
U.S. or globally?
I've certainly thought about it, and I think I will make my home someday in some other places. Um, but I mean, the goal is to make enough money and just be able to sit on the beach in LA all fucking. I mean, that's what I'll anybody. And um, that's the goal. So then I would love to have like a penthouse in New York City. I'd love to have a penthouse in London. I'd love to have a townhouse in all of the major cities of Europe, like Paris and Barcelona and Rome and Athens. I'd love to have at least a few houses. I'd love to have a house in Cape Town and the major cities of Asia, including Tokyo, Shanghai, Beijing, Bangkok, uh, Oceania.
So only about like 20 or so houses.
More than that, I want to own every piece of property in the entire world someday. I mean, why limit myself?
What about commercial property?
Everything. My goal, if I can live forever, or within reason, because is to somehow come up with a way to basically unite the world from a DNA standpoint, and so that like we're all one big family, and then be able to get off planet. And if we're able to do that, then well, really to make the entire world a communist government, and then if that happens, to have hubs around the United States or not around the United States, around the world. I mean, we're talking like thousands of years into the future, and I know that's like a pipe dream. But even if it weren't, even just how would I want to do it? Let's say within the next 50 years, if I went viral, I'd want to have like a penthouse in every major city of the world. But then I'd also like to have like a vineyard and yachts, that kind of stuff. I mean, wouldn't you want to do the same thing?
I don't need a house though. I'm not going to be in 99% of the time.
No, no, no. I wouldn't rent it. I would let people live. So I basically have the penthouse and then just allow like almost like uh, a free Airbnb for people who would never get to live that life ever. Hey, I'm not going to be in that place this weekend. It goes to a poor family in Mexico City, and they get to live at the top of this fucking place, and we're gonna give them the means if we need to be able to live their life wherever they live, like in a beneficial way. I mean, if you have trillionaire type money, you're able to do that pretty easy.
Is it like a lottery system where you have for a week and that's it? Or do you like be like, okay, back to the slums after like a week?
No, no, no. I mean, it would be, I guess you would say like, uh, how would I do it really? somebody would be like, hey, my dad talked to you on your early stream, and here's my evidence of that. And they would be like me randomly talking to somebody 2 or 3 years ago. You'd be like, okay, that person was nice to me. So we're going to take care of all your bills, and we're going to take care of your house. And while your house isn't going to be a penthouse, you're never going to have to want for anything. We're going to make sure that there's a trust that's going to take care of you. You're going to live a comfortable life. But then on the weekend, when I'm not in your city, you can crash at my fucking penthouse, and then when I want to use it, I'm going to come back, and we'll have it all cleaned out and cleaned and everything. Then you go back to your place. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, is there a chance for random Mexico City people to stay there?
Absolutely.
In one of your
Absolutely.
several
100.
abodes?
100. Yeah.
Is it a lottery system, or do they have to interact with you? They get priority,
I would
or
have
do you just choose people?
I would have like a feedback button, like, or like more than that, but I'd have like a staff that would read through people's stories of struggle and people who've had to support their families or whatever. And I'd have people who would give me like a breakdown, a summary of it. And at a certain point, um, I might even just give those responsibilities to other people. Hey, just pick good people, and um, that those responsibilities. I mean, what's the goal? To create a large trust, the largest financial trust in the entire world, under one umbrella, to the point where it's able to continue in perpetuity just on interest. And like, I didn't tell you this. I was looking at some of my oh, maybe I did tell you this. My Rumble accounts, and they had actually made some money, and like that's with nobody watching my streams. But like each one of my Rumble accounts made like $20 some or so, and I have a bunch of Rumble accounts. Some have made more than others, but like to take all that money and then what would be YouTube and everything else, put that into a trust, and then additionally selling the data that we have. I'm just giving the data away, but um, basically the endorsements I could do for any product in the world, and wearing, like I wear Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenini 24/7 on stream, but do the same for $1 billion. You can have a 1 by 1 patch on my clothing for BP and Procter and Gamble and Coca-Cola, whatever else, and I could have like a I don't know, $100 million, $100 billion, a suit that's just worth $100 billion because every square inch of it is $1 billion a year to be able to sponsor. But that means I'm always on camera. So that means your brand is always going to be featured. I think that that's not a wild thing to propose. We already do the same with F1 drivers and NASCAR and all of that. So why couldn't I do the same? And mine's different. Mine's on camera 24/7. If you're a part of this, then that's $100 billion right there a year just in my clothing. Let alone what it's gonna garner. What did you say? Why is that funny? Why is that funny?
Just, I mean, it's just a funny idea, just like NASCAR yourself clothing. It would be sick.
It would be
And
sick.
it's smart.
It is smart. You're absolutely right. And I would talk about it. And I would talk about the history of these businesses. You know I love that shit. I'm able to name not everything about these businesses, but a lot about them. and to go into them and talk about their marketing and talk about like in a way that marketing has never been done before. I talk. I would sit there and watch like their commercials, their old commercials, like for nostalgia, and tear up over them because they meant something. A company can't buy that. Not even the marketplace that we talk about, Uptake or whatever, you can't replace that. There's something of extreme value to it. And for the price, me wearing a suit with um, a 1 by 1 square, to the company, it actually is probably not a, it's $1 billion. Okay, that's a lot of money. But they're going to be featured on the most popular channel 24 hours a day. Every person in the world will learn about them if they didn't already know it, and they look them up. And
it's also like, yeah, 24/7. Who's the most famous person on earth? Whatever.
so,
A billboard, like live clothing billboard
exactly,
on them 24/7.
exactly. Nobody does it, and I could do that. And that's just the clothing element of it. That's not even. That doesn't even include like the spoken endorsements. Hey, for if I say your brand, I'll say your brand for $1 million. I'll say your brand for $1 million, and I'll just sit there and be like,
Just give you like cough, cornflakes.
Magic Mind, Magic Mind, Magic Mind. That's $3 million.
Magic.
And every time I say it, all that money goes into a trust. It goes into a trust, and then from there, that trust generates interest, and then everything from, and then on top of that, we're going to take um, donations from people. And I've talked about this before, and I don't know if it really clicked with you, but it clicks with me. And so I talk about this like very seriously, like owning all these penthouses and that kind of stuff. Okay, so here's the deal. I would talk like no other influencer does this, but I would be like, all right, so all of these corporations that exist were we go into the history of the corporation. And the corporation wasn't supposed to last longer than its charter. This idea of having indefinite corporations was unheard of when corporations were started. Corporations were started originally as a charter by the government for an for a definite amount of time, either 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, and had a goal, and then it would be dissolved. So this idea that these uh, companies continue indefinitely was unheard of. But if that's how it's going to be, we have to recognize that there are some companies out there that are better than others, and some of the organizations that are better than others. And many of the organizations,
In what regard?
so not for profit organizations, I think are the way that an organization should market itself. And here's why. You can be Nvidia or Apple and keep making more and more and more and more money. And all I have to do is say, look at Tim Cook and Apple. And this is a for-profit corporation. And all they do is make shitty devices that don't get improved on every day or every year. And then look at who they're exploiting. The people in Africa who are digging this cobalt. What they should do, what Apple should do, is say, we are going to become a not-for-profit organization. 51% of all of our profits are going to go to a charity or charities in general, and we will run off the 49% profit, which they easily could do. And then all of the Fortune 500 companies or the Reynolds 2000, Russell 2000, or the Fortune 100, and everybody basically who owns something on the Forbes list would recognize that from a public relations standpoint, you don't want to help for-profit organizations anymore. You want to help not-for-profit organizations. So a Exxon Oil, something that doesn't have that good of a, or BP, that doesn't have that good of a reputation, would change their reputation overnight if they became a not for profit. And that allows them all kinds of tax loopholes, which they already aren't utilizing. And I would make it basically cool to be a not for profit organization. And I would say anyone who wants to continue being a for profit organization becomes the enemy because they're trying to take food out of the common person. If all these companies become not for profit companies and they're giving back to communities and they're giving back to the environment and they're giving back to the human race, they're much harder to hate. And I would put, I would um, heavily embrace these companies to give to my trust because I'm saying our trust is essentially going to be the biggest financial organization in the world. Then on top of that, I would start a bank. What would make this bank very different, and everyone in the world would want to bank with us, is because every square inch of every branch of this bank, from the boardroom to the local branch, is on camera, and you could see it live streaming. Who doesn't want to bank at a branch that is completely candid? Everybody hears about all these bathroom deals that happen within banks, and I would want to remove that layer. And so if you want to bank with us, that's fine. It would really be more like a credit union because we wouldn't charge people all kinds of inordinate rates and things like that. But why would you ever want to bank at any place that doesn't live stream their banking? I'll wait.
I was in the elevator for 20 seconds.
Okay, so what I said was we'd start a bank.
About the banking.
Yeah, and so the thing that would make everyone want to bank with me and no one else is because every square inch of our bank, from the boardroom to the local branch, would be on camera. And you could literally live stream anytime you or tap into the live stream whenever you want. And we would have.
I mean, why was that even entertaining?
No, it's not. It's not entertaining. It's not entertaining. It shows full disclosure that we're not having some cigar smoke filled room backdoor deals about how we can increase interest rates on people. There would be no conversations like that. Everything would be. I mean, you could.
Yeah.
You could.
The Utah Police Department, apparently this would be illegal, but for like the Lego Anvil thing, the guy was like digging up police footage, and then the Utah Police Department was like literally redacting the audio of various clips because it probably just made them look stupid or incompetent or whatever reason. But there should be very few circumstances where the audio deleted.
I agree. I've written um, I've written on this. It's an article that I have either drafted or has been published that all police stations should have their um, should have live stream going 24/7, and that the camera the on a police officer shouldn't have the ability to be shut off or the microphone.
Yeah.
And the argument is, well, what if the person's going to the bathroom? Okay, they're going to the bathroom. I don't care. They're not shooting the camera down at their private areas. So it sounds like pee. Okay, I streamed while peeing many times. It's just the sound of tinkling. It's not that big of a deal. And so I'd be able to say like the same thing. But I would take that full disclosure and I would bring it to the banking world.
Right, so at the bank are the washers and like you can hear the sound of each employee taking a dump.
I don't think that that's that big of a deal. But what we would probably have is the technology to be able to blur those kinds of things. So you could maybe hear it, but you couldn't necessarily see it. The same thing with,
Pixelated Japanese style. Or,
yeah, I mean, I'm not, I think that not having cameras in the bathroom is going to be a thing of the past in the future. There will be cameras everywhere, and thus that's not that major. But let me just ask you, would you rather bank it somewhere that doesn't have cameras everywhere that you can watch or that does?
I were just walking into like the bank or like corporation, like like a reality TV show, but I can just tune in and watch the bank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the microphone aspect of it probably uh, won't be as, I would say this.
Oh,
That there,
it means them like you can't have big.
well, you can't have the mic necessarily when someone's transacting business. That has to have some privacy. But in the um, hallways or anywhere that's public, yeah, you can have mics there.
True, I guess.
So where would you rather bank?
Yeah, I think everyone choose the more transparent option because
Exactly,
there's more safety mechanisms on hiding things.
exactly. I agree with you. So right there is a, I don't want to say surefire plan, but basically a way for me to create the largest bank in the world. And not that hard. It's really not. We have a website where anybody can log in and watch what's going on in any bank in the world, in any of our branches. And we that's our thing, is that we have full disclosure of everything that's going on in our office. And I would do that in at the trust, and I would also want to do that in all of my penthouses. Now, does that mean that I don't ever want to be behind closed doors or whatever? I want to be on behind closed doors, or I want to be on camera all the time. But if there's some hot bitch out there who's like, I don't want to be on camera while you fuck me, okay, that's fine. Or she says, uh, I'll be on camera, but I don't want it live streamed for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. So she's recorded, and I have it for the future of humanity. If they want to see like 10,000 years from now, phoning out some Victoria's Secret model. Okay, that's cool. But she just doesn't want that out right now. Okay, I get that. That's fine. Ideally, I'd like her to be comfortable with it as well. And I also understand a world, and I have to have this as an understanding, where I meet some woman and she is like, let's have children together. And I'm like, okay. And we fall in love and I get married. We get married. And she says, I want, she'd have to be down for me live streaming my life. We'd have to have some kind of technology where if she, let's say she did not want to be on camera, we could blur her face. She's going to say, well, what about when we have children? Do we blur their faces? And I would say that we could have some kind of technology that blurs their faces if she wants. But she may say, look, I just want to take a vacation and not, and
No, this relationship is gonna fail. You just have to find a chick who doesn't care if she's being live streamed.
no, I get that. I get that. But there's the idea that, let's say, there may be some kind of law in the future that you're not allowed to show children's faces or something. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't know what the laws will be, and I think I'd be able to influence them. There might be, like, in the United States, you can't show people's faces. So this is violated all the time with live streaming. Um, but if it's for, I think, uh, let me look. I'm not going to make up the law. There's a reason why Jackass doesn't film in the United States as much as it does in Europe, especially England and Japan, and it's due to having to blur faces. Yo, what's the deal with blurring faces and the law in the United States with like the movie Jackass, but they don't have to blur faces in England and Tokyo? I know it's Japan, but okay. So in the United States, blurring faces is primarily a defensive legal measure to avoid lawsuits for violating an individual's right of publicity or privacy, especially when footage is used for commercial purposes without a signed release. So that's the issue. But if you're like, well, why do streamers do it? I think it's a newer um, it's a newer like form of this media, but they still could get in trouble for it. Uh, Productions like
That's why if you're in public space, then it's you're allowed to film.
you can film in public, but there's an issue with someone's right to privacy and the right of publicity. So in the US, it focuses on commercial rights and the liability protection, suits for using likeness without permission. So to avoid a suit like that, Jackass goes to the UK and Japan. UK focuses on privacy rights and consent with fewer statutory barriers for public filming, but strong ethical and contractual norms. Then Japan focuses on data privacy, where publishing identifiable images online is heavily regulated, though traditional media enjoys exemptions. Uh, so, United Kingdom, there's no specific right of publicity law equivalent to the U.S. Uh, Instead, privacy is protected under human rights and data protections. While blurring is common in reality TV to secure releases, it is not strictly mandated by statute for all public filming. So like in the United States, it is. It's for commercial publication, generally, if you want to avoid lawsuits. And in Japan, strict personal information protection laws classify distinguishable faces as personal data, while print and broadcast media are exempt. Online content creators, like YouTubers, technically require consent to publish identifiable footage. Blurring is standard to avoid disputes over the right of publicity and to prevent potential harassment or legal challenges from viewers, even if initial filming in public was legal. But I think since Jackass is more broadcast media as opposed to like online content, they're able to get away with it. It's the reason why Jackass doesn't go to United States cities and do all their pranks. Have they in the past? Yes. But usually that's not with big crowds of people. It's only with a few people, and they have to get the person to sign the release on
I thought if you're in public, I can just record you.
it. So let's look
You're
this
saying
up.
that's not the case?
I could sue you.
It's not like the First Amendment
I
under
could
there.
I could sue you.
Yes.
If you're making money off of my likeness. Yo, why is it that in the United States sometimes faces are blurred in public, but other times like YouTubers don't blur them? What's the distinction? The distinction generally hinges on legal intent, commercial use, and litigation risk. In the United States, there is generally no legal expectation of privacy in public spaces, meaning you can legally film people in public for news or informational purposes without permission. However, if the footage is used for entertainment, advertising, or targeted pranks, creators often blur faces to avoid violating personality rights or to prevent claims of defamation. Many content creators blur faces not because the law strictly requires it, but due to errors and omissions insurance requirements and a desire to avoid legal liability. Productions like reality TV or documentaries often blur unconsenting background individuals because distributors require it to mitigate the risk of lawsuits, whereas casual YouTubers may ignore this if they deem the risk low or if the individuals are merely incidental to the scene. So news and editorial use faces typically are not blurred because it falls under press freedom and public interest. Commercial or entertainment use, this is Jackass, faces often blurred or require signed releases to prevent legal issues regarding likeness and publicity rights. Risk management. Creators may blur faces proactively to avoid harassment, doxing, or potential slander lawsuits, even if legally permissible to show them. I think that it should be legal. Just show them and you can't get sued. But that's not what the law says.
That's why
It is wild.
uh, I don't know.
All right.
Almost. I'm zooming off right now. I want to finish this back. But I appreciate the talk.
All right.
Yeah, the Brennan shot was right in the head.
Oh, do you want to hear more about it?
No?
Okay, well, Brendan Schaub starts coaching football this summer. Are you excited?
Dude. No.
All right. Night, night. Keep your butthole tight. Peace out, Girl Scout. Oh, it's nice.